Oh, let's see if Robo Speed is good now. Irrational, Oleg. No, for fuck's sake. Hey, Piano. Should probably try to build on these lakes. Well, I was gonna do, really fun, interesting stuff, but I just know how much you guys love gardening, so I thought, we'll just tweak trees for 8 hours. Hey, Marcus. I know, I'm just giving you shit. Now we're gonna start planning for 10 million. First, though, trees. There, Ernesto. See? A tree planting enjoyer. He tuned in just for the trees. Struggle with... What? This is slander. We will not tolerate this. Struggle with clicking? What? Oh, clocking. I'm like, when do I struggle with clicking these? Oh, help, guys! I can't click the fucking X bar. Like, what? Ugh. Yeah, we're definitely gonna get down the labs today at the very least. Because that's something we already know where it's gonna go. As far as the rest goes, we gotta plan this out pretty carefully. Yeah, you're the one struggling with clicking, man. Fat fingering the I and the O keys. This man needs to switch to Dvorak. That's just from the moving of the belt. I feel like I should extend this too. You have to remember the pollution's about to get a lot worse when we start scaling things up more. So, yeah. I need more undergrounds. I've never used Dvorak. Well, I already know how it's going to get adjusted. It's going to get shifted up to like here. We'll be removing that. It's going to go all the way down to here. Probably make like a hole in the cargo base here for the processing centers, so we can maximize trees down here. Since I can squeeze a lot of cargo bays up in here now. And we also don't need as many because we're not banking like 5 million Prometheum science at a time. But yeah, we're definitely gonna get the labs today and at least hopefully get all the planning done. And we'll see if we can start working on some of the things. Might also go clock the yellow science today. Seems like a good time to do it. So yeah, we might be struggling with clicking today. Sorry, I mean clocking. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Toxic. Claude Koenig masterwork? What masterwork? Koenig's masterwork is clocking. Huh? %6 to go. 2 hours remaining. Clock, move it. Why is everybody typoing everything that has to do with clocking today? That's 2 people now. Drag up to Borak. Actual best fucking reply. Holy, that really tied it all together, didn't it? uh I replaced the battery. My wall clock battery died like 2 years ago, and I never bothered replacing it. It's stuck at like 540 or something. I never look at the damn thing anyway. Yeah, I slept a lot yesterday. Like I mentioned, like my sleep cycle's been a bit fucked up for the past couple days. We ended at like what, like 5:15 or something yesterday, so a little late. I actually slept relatively early. I woke up at like 5 p.m. or so, Was still feeling tired. I'm like, I'm gonna nap a little longer. I wound up napping for another 4.5 hours. So I basically woke up at like 9:15, and I'm like, oh shit. Because like it always takes me at least an hour, like after I wake up to get ready, you know, get food, take a shower, fully wake up, that kind of thing. Oh hey look, the copper's gone. Almost gone. So yeah, unfortunately, a real late start today. I'm not going to make any promises about fixing my sleep cycle because I'm clearly very bad at keeping them. We stream when we stream. The streams end when they end. They begin when they begin, they end when they end. I don't make the rules. Perfect for you, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we'll go a bit late today because it's Sunday. I'll probably go to like 5 or maybe even 6 tonight. But we'll see. My last handful of alkaline. I haven't used a fucking like alkaline battery or AA battery or anything in years. I can't even remember the last time I even touched one. Everything's fucking rechargeable now. Bought a rechargeable flashlight a few years ago, USB-C rechargeable. It's the only one I use these days. Why did we take another dip? There is no way Fulgora Science is still low. I added like 4 islands yesterday. Like what? How? There's no way we're still bottlenecked. Holy fuck, how many islands do I need? Oh, I might need to increase the ship capacities. If there's not one ship in Fulgora orbit at all times, then we need to increase the capacities. Yeah, we might need to go to 1,000,000. Here, let's just observe. Yeah, it's a fucking 250,000 volley. So it's basically loading the ship in 2 rocket launches at this point. Yeah, we literally have 500,000 science en route at once. I actually can't receive it all at the same time. There's not enough cargo bays on the ship to receive it all at once. Yeah, we might have to increase the limit on the Fulgora ships and make them bigger. Yeah, the other ship's already back. Hold on, I need to like watch the cycle here so I can accurately debug the issue. Because I think what's happening is the ships are chasing each other. Like right now they're both at Fulgora, but this one only just left. This one's already starting to receive. And then this is going to receive too quickly. And it's going to wind up heading to Novice before this one heads back, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, so this one's about to leave. This one's not back yet. You can't have that. Yeah, you see that? One ship needs to be in orbit at all times. Okay, how much is your cargo bay full? Oh, you're not even close to full. It's only using a third. Alright, so you should be good to go to 1,000,000 then. And we'll see if that fixes it. Maybe it's time for a new ship? How did you come to that conclusion? Because it's very wrong. Wiimotes are the only thing? Yeah, I don't have... The newest Nintendo console I own is the Nintendo 64. A diving watch at ETC? Yeah. Basically like wearing a small plate on your wrist. Yeah, I saw it Toxic. We talked about it too. I don't carry my phone around the house either, but I also sort of don't care what the time is when I'm at home. You know, I'm chilling for the most part. Sorry, I'm a little behind on chat. I fucking stopped scrolling and I didn't realize it. You just wrongly assumed that everyone had a watch because you had one your entire life. I stopped wearing a watch when I was like in high school. Did I hit 7.5? Yeah, we're at 7.5. Little stabilization work, but it's almost done. I mean, that's what most ships look like at this point. There are some designs I did last year that really stood the test of time. Like, very, very well. The cargo ships are amongst them. They're very difficult to improve upon. Not to say it's impossible, it's just very hard. You meant bigger ship by new. Okay, that's a third person now who has said one thing and meant something completely different. I'm keeping track. Got another Dvorak amateur over here. I have a singular watch, a Rolex worth about 7K. I have a singular watch, an old Casio G-Shock that's probably worth about $10 these days. Maybe less. That's the one I had when I was in high school. I had a relative that bought me a watch when I was in like mid-20s, some like $50 watch that I got at some like airport store, and it was the most like useless gift anyone's ever got me. It's like the age of cell phones, and I'm like, you're buying me a watch? Huh? I don't even know what happened to it. That watch. It wasn't exactly a, you know, my type of watch either. If I were to wear one. Thruster stacking is not good for UPS. And the ships are fast enough. Like the aesthetics of self-winding mechanical ones? I don't know. Okay. I might have to run these further down, but we'll deal with that. We'll check on that later and deal with it then if necessary. Not gonna. Was you had him in a wrist strap? Yeah. Yep. I switched to e-watches. Most people just stopped wearing watches, I think. But yeah. Your dad made you wear one? What? When I was a kid, I had to ask my parents for a watch. I remember that. I got it for Christmas, that Casio G-Shock I was talking about. That was my Christmas gift one year. A watch. I prefer a monocle and a power watch. We got a time traveler over here. I've always worn it on my non-dominant hand. Just makes more sense. Right? Doesn't like get in the way when you're writing things or whatnot. People that wear it on their dominant hand are weird. Also, people who wear their watches really high up. Have you seen the people who wear the watches like a third way up their arm? Where it's basically like on their fucking forearm? Yeah, those people are the weirdest. Hey, Beck. Try to understand the supposed appeal of a smartwatch. Yeah, I don't know. I never got the appeal of it either, but yeah. The thing is, like, you have to remember who I am. Like, I'm not somebody who uses their phone like at all. Like, I use my phone as like the last possible resort. I am the least phone addicted person on the planet. Like, I maybe spend the amount of time a week. Okay, here, let me ask you guys first. How many hours a week do you think you spend on your phone? I think we should just go ahead and put the labs down. We know where they're going to go. These pumps have to move. Yeah, we can start with the bottom half. Honestly, I'm probably going to fuck something up when I do the top half because of the processing or the CPU center movement. So we should probably just do that sooner rather than later. I don't know. I might do that after we start getting the other shit hooked up. But yeah, I'm kind of thinking we go for the labs now. Well, we keep an eye on the stabilization, which should hopefully be getting better. I don't know. I need to keep an eye on my ships. Why is there no ship at Fulgora again? I increased the capacity to 1 million. It should have fixed that problem. Oh, damn it. Including phone calls? Nah, not including phone calls. Those are different. Some bozos wear 2 watches at the same time? Yeah, so you can tell the time in London and New York at the same time. Pretend you're at an airport. $16 a day to the PC? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously we all spend a lot of time in front of the PC. You guys spend hours in front of the fucking PC just watching my damn stream. Is work or being a music player? Yeah. No, I'm talking like actually like doom scrolling on your phone or whatever. Music or phone calls don't count. 16 to 20 hours a day? For real? Damn. To ping your phone when you lose it. I don't know how people lose their phones. Like, I'm not even that organized of a person. I mean, you've seen my fucking base. I don't know how people lose their phones. When I'm at home, the phone always goes on the same table. It's either in my pocket or on the table. End of story. But yeah, I probably spend like maybe 10, 15 minutes a week on my phone. Yeah, I figured you were watching on your phone after you said that. So when I say I barely use my phone, I mean I really, like, barely use it. Blades when you're on an Ethernet 1, guy on the bottom was pulling up a Cat 6 towards them. Dude, I've seen way too many, like, horror videos about lathes. I've seen a lathe literally rip a guy into pieces. I'm not even kidding. Like, literally into giblets. Like, in less than a second. Was part of a tooth 40 feet up. Well, I guess you found a piece of that guy, I guess. Poor bastard. One of the best ways to find movies YouTube shorts? I have my sources that are reliable. Like, I have ways to acquire pretty much anything I want for so I've been sailing the high seas since I was like 15 years old. What's the first Factorio mod? Well, next we're going to DSP. We're going to check out some other games for like a couple months. The first Factorio mod we go to? I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. We'll talk about that, you know, when we come back. But yeah, I honestly don't know what the first one would be. Maybe like Industrial Revolution, like the non K2 SE one, the other one. Yeah, maybe that wouldn't be a good starter one. Pi mod, we're gonna play Pi hard mode for the, like, you know, the first time I play it, I'll do it on hard mode. I'm not afraid. But that'll be like the last mod we tackle, because it's obviously the longest one. So that'll probably be like end of the year kind of thing. Christmas Pianodon hard mode. There you go. Dude, how many fucking like relics of like older shit are still around that I haven't dismantled? Like, I just spotted a tree processing center that's been obsolete for God knows how long. Oh my god. My bots are asleep again. Like, what is happening when this happens? This happened once yesterday, too. I'm sitting here. There's Logibots available. Like, what? Clear my inventory. Like my game is shitting itself apparently. What the fuck is going on? How is my storage this full? It's not that full. There's plenty of empty chests. What are you talking about? I could probably stand to do a little cleanup, but most of these are empty. Oh, they finally did it. There we go. I was trying to clean some shit up. The palace. Well, yeah, it happened once yesterday, and I couldn't figure out what the fuck caused it. It's just weird. Aftermath, the video is trying to roll large gas canisters. Went through 2 cinder block walls and totaled someone's car. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen a lot of footage. Not personally, but I've seen the videos. Some crazy shit, yo. I mean, that's what I did last time. I just chucked him into the active providers. Fuck passive. I gotta force him to work. Yeah, we're definitely gonna need a 4th reactor at some point. Seems like we need roughly 1 reactor for every 2.5 million. I might just shift all this down so we can have all 4 in a nice row instead of 1 just hanging out up top. It wouldn't be that hard to shift it. We got plenty of room. Oh, that has to be there. Great, that should go like here. I don't even know if I have that blueprint. I mean, that one was never like... Yeah, I don't think I have that one. Should just get rid of this, honestly. Hey, Groost. Where did that go that I was just looking at? So many random fucking polls and shit that don't actually serve any more purpose. We have one random fucking bot tree thing here. Please don't fill up my inventory. It's totally filling up my inventory. My God. Yeah, this has nothing I need bot coverage for. So why do we still have bot coverage here? It just needs to reach here. And here. And here. And that's it. The patch is only 4.7. This is a new patch. I mean, I think it started at like 5 something. Well, this was one of the OG patches. The original base was like here. Like the hamster base was about here originally. Because you can, you know, the ship was down here. It was above the ship, I remember that. That's why, like, the power is where it is, because the new power kind of just went where the old power used to be. Holy story. At this one facility, they repurposed an old mill building. And the Storm of 38! Ah, yes, the infamous Storm of 38. They used old surplus rifle barrels as rebar. So those are the good old days. We need to just deregulate everything and go back to the days where you could just build shit like that. Hey man, I need some rebar. Oh, I got this Lee Enfield over here. Why don't you just use that? God, no, there were no 20 million patches. This was on default settings. It was like 5-6 million peak. I mean, I guess you get like some 20 millions out here. But yeah, the ones closer to the base, yeah, those were like 5 million or whatever. Alright, if we're stable, which it looks like we might be, I think we bite the bullet and start putting down the labs. We can get the trees all fixed up on the bottom too. Let's do the bottom first because it's obviously going to be easier. Yeah, let's go for it. We'll fork the save. Or do I want to go clock the yellow first? Maybe I do want to clock the yellow first. Before we do this. Do the clocking now, early in the stream, when I'm more awake. Oh, I'm gonna be awake all stream because I woke up right before the stream, let's be real. And then, we can, do that shit afterward. This was done in the 40s? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of my point. That was exactly my point. The time of, like, no regulations. I think you missed the joke. Okay, how clocked is purple? Because the others are pretty good. I had to declock the nades on the gray because it was causing issues. But the others at least have some clocking. Liquidated lead follower on the copper plate insert. Apparently I never clocked the steel. Yeah, there's some improvements to be done on the gray too that we could make. I think blue, red, and green are good and require no further adjustments. Yeah, that one we actually managed to clock properly. You know, with the good stuff. And by we, I mean A-Buck helped us out. Oh, and by the way, apparently these two space science ships should be enough for now. Because I was running the math. We're at 24 belts. 24 belts of each science right now. And we have 2 legendary white science ships, which is 4 belts of legendary white. A legendary belt is equal to 6 belts of normal, so 4 times 6 is also 24. So it's a perfect match for now. So we don't need the ship yet, but we will need it when we scale to 10 million. No, it's not a smidge. It's full. And that looks pretty damn full to me. How much space does my space age folder take? Oh, for fuck's sake. Dude, what have they done to Windows? Typing something into my file explorer should never ever pull up a fucking internet search. Like, are you fucking shitting me? There's your answer. 13 gigabytes. I should probably clean that up. Yeah, I mean... Yeah. This is a folder. That doesn't show in here. Yeah, I moved some of my older saves into there. Yes, only 13 gigabytes. I remember this being really annoying to clock because these machines don't all go at the same speed. Yeah, we have like no clocking whatsoever in the bottom half. That can be improved. At the very least, we should have the science outputs clocked. So purple, yellow, and maybe a little bit of gray work. Not much point in clocking those, probably. They have to run like constantly. Okay, it does seem to be flat now. So it looks like pushing the ships to 1 million was good. Why are you at Vulcanus? Is that part of the problem? Why do you have a Vulcanus stop? What? One of my ships had a fucking Vulcanus stop. Oh, that's definitely part of the problem, I guess. Yikes, we're at 13. Well, that's not a good sign. I mean, there's some stuff that we can definitely remove. Like this. I really hate the idea of removing this, even though we don't need it anymore, but like, I don't know. We're not using it anymore. And it does take a fair bit of UPS, I think. Because all these are active all the time. What does the cloud look like? I mean, I toggle it on and off all the time. Like that. Yeah, it was... I thought we were going to be consistently under 12, and... Oh, we're like the tiniest bit over. Looks like 10 million is going to take some effort. I'm going to pistol up the first person that says just switch to Linux, by the way. Where's my ship? What? What? Oh, I still show my trash slots. Oh, did I break your connection? Oh, I did, just barely. Yeah, the end goal here is 10 million, but like it's gonna be roughly, 33% more of everything. So it's gonna be roughly 33% more UPS. Yeah, as soon as I get off Novice, it fucking drops. I think if I go to Aquila and park my ass there, we'll be seeing consistent 11. That's fine, I can live with that. I've just been banned from Novice. I think it's probably reachable too, yeah. Robo speed is one of the more intensive sciences of the non-Prometheum. It uses 7 total. Laser only uses 6 things. And more importantly, laser doesn't use purple, which is the most UPS intensive non-Prometheum science. So if you can run robo speed, you can pretty much run anything else. Assuming you build it up, that is. Maybe I should push for fucking Explosive 31 for the fuck of it. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, at some point we probably will wind up nuking the ships and probably nuking all this too. Basically, if we can get 10 million without nuking it, then we'll get 10 million without nuking it. But you know, if it gets to the point where we're like not quite there, and I have to nuke a few things, then yeah, it's definitely on the chopping block list. What does Exposed to 31 look like? I mean, it's several billion, obviously. It's 30 is 8 billion, yeah, 31 is 16, so it's pretty high. Yeah, it's pretty high. I'd have to scale up Gleba a lot in order to reach it in any reasonable time. That's the thing. To go for 31, I would need like a Gleba roughly 3 times as big, at least. So 3 times as many blades, 3 times as much pollution. It's shrinking down now because it's been like, oh yeah, we never did the deep sleep on Gleba. I kind of forgot about that. Well, maybe we should do that right now before we go clock things. Yeah, maybe we should go do the deep sleep on Gleba. But yeah, I had my little isolated island down here. My fortress of solitude. And if I just zoom in on my character and chill, then apparently we're up to 14. I don't even fucking know. Let's see if it goes down in a minute. I don't know. It's gonna be tight. It's gonna be tight. That's for sure. The Ag Towers are up to nearly 0.4. With spikes going higher. Almost 10,000 active inserters. Yeah, we just gotta do some more clocking. Lots of things count as furnace. Foundries, electric furnaces. There's a few other things that count as furnaces that you wouldn't think. I can't remember. Um, yeah, recyclers. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, recyclers fall under the furnace category too. And there's shitloads of recyclers in the Fulgora shit. It's part of why I keep saying we need an endgame recycler building. I don't consider the recycler to be analogous to the foundry or the EMP or the cryo plant. The recycler is analogous in my eyes to the assembling machine. It's the inverse of the assembling machine. Like, them giving us a much larger, much faster, more modulable recycle machine. Maybe not more modulable, because it would, change quality shit. But just like a larger and faster one, I think would be nice. But it really just depends how much they want to smooth out megabasing, right? Because the thing with the way I see megabasing right now is it's very rough in terms of UPS evenness. Right? There's some things that use very disproportionately high amounts of UPS compared to others. Like Prometheum Science is the obvious one. Like Prometheum Science literally uses like more than half your total UPS, right? Like I was at 2.5 million SPM with Prometheum Science running, but as soon as we shut down Prometheum, I can go up to like 7.5 easily, without even breaking a sweat. Purple Science, uses up a shitload because of the sheer number of entities generated that have to be tracked. After purple is probably gray. But there are changes they can make to smooth things out, so there's not such a big difference. There are some sciences that are always going to be like less, red, green, blue are obviously much smaller builds than anything past that. Like gray, purple, yellow, and all the off-world sciences are kind of on the same tier in terms of complexity, roughly. Red, green, and blue are obviously simpler and are always going to be used less. But yeah, they like that. That's why I keep talking about like purple science and the amount of stone it uses so much. It's because there's changes they could make so that you don't have like certain sciences using such high disproportionate amounts or certain buildings. Like as I said, adding a endgame recycler that is larger and faster, so I don't have to chain like 5 recyclers in a row. But I could just do like 2, 3 back to back and it would always be fine. Would be less total entities, right? Like if you look at Fulgora, like you look at, imagine replacing all of these with just 2 or so, right? 2 or 3. Cut down from 6 to 3 entities. Like each of these becomes 1. Like these big chains that you have to do. Could become smaller. Each Fulgora island, I can just check the blueprint. It's 123 recyclers per Fulgora big island. 123. And that's still a big improvement over my older designs, which, was 126 and made less science. Yeah, this is when we did these long chains. Which aren't really needed as much anymore if you set it up right. What the fuck is this? Why did he... Oh, because he has both of them pointing toward it. I was like, why is there a constant there and why not pointing toward the recycler? And I just realized why. So usually I use lights when I have to do something like that. I'll place a light. Not a constant. Isn't megabasing super niche? Yes and no. The thing with calling megabasing super niche is it's like opening like... It's like going and playing Counter-Strike or going and playing StarCraft and calling like competitive tournaments super niche, right? You're like, oh, aren't like these big tournaments super niche? Very few people play in them. Yes, but everybody watches them. Everybody watches them. Everybody learns from them. Even if people aren't doing a megabase themselves or not doing one to the scale... by opening my stream and just watching it for a while, if you're like a relatively new player, the amount of shit you're going to learn is going to be like enormous. Because we are, kind of incorporating every aspect of the game, using every tool available to us. Even if you're not doing things on the same level, the tools and techniques being used here, especially with, my blueprint sheet being publicly available, is something that's applicable to everyone. It's the same thing with, like, competitive StarCraft or competitive Counter-Strike. Yeah, your reflexes and positioning and aim might not be as good as those players, but you can still learn from them and apply their techniques to your play, even if you're not that good. Right? Like, you can take their build orders from StarCraft, like, learn from their counter techniques, their positioning, stuff like that. So the whole, like, it's a niche thing, I don't think is a good argument because it's such a big, publicly visible part of Factorio that, like, attracts a lot of views. And it's kind of the face of the game, I would say, right? So, yeah. Isn't it faster to recycle the copper plate and void with heat pipes? I don't know. This is Vader's design, not mine. And it's like a year old at this point. There's probably, like, improvements that can be made. I still have the Fountain Island? Yeah, it's still there. I mean, it's how I make my quality EMPs and all the other quality stuff I need to make. I updated it quite a bit this year. Even added a display panel to show which materials it's outputting or so. Yeah, we made some nice changes to this. I really like this design. It's a very, very fucking useful blueprint. I think this and the Gleba Mainblade, if you told me I had to start a new game and I'm only allowed to use, like, 3 blueprints or use from my previous stuff, this would be a strong candidate. This would be a strong candidate. I don't know, it'd be hard to choose, because, like, I'd want to include, like, the Prometheum ship. And maybe some of the more annoying to design blades. But yeah, this is a very useful blueprint. Worked very nicely. %of the shit Megabase Astra is making the game run better? Yeah, but, like, yes and no. I mean, obviously I welcome all optimizations. But yeah, it's what I was just talking about a minute ago, about smoothing out the bumps in regard to megabasing. Whereas some things take way more UPS than others. And, like, the solutions to these problems are things that I think are interesting for the game. But it really depends on how much effort Woob actually wants to put into it, right? I just realized I never added a Hibernate light to this blueprint, did I? One reason to watch is I'm done with normal. Hey, Martin. Yeah, it's inspiring. Yeah. It's showing, like, what can really be done. Like, even as a new player, when you're new to the game, it's very nice to know that the skill ceiling is very high. Because it means, there's a lot you can learn, there's a lot to do, there's a lot of game ahead of you that you can, become a master of one day. Right? Like, if you're a new player and you start playing a game and then you open, a top player stream and their gameplay doesn't look much different than yours, then it's like, well, I guess there's not much to learn after all. I already kind of figured most everything out, right? It's boring. Yeah, like I mean, nothing I ask for is making the game easier or anything like that. Like pretty much everything I ask for is like adding more depth, adding more things to reach for, adding more, complexity. This thing has fucking lights galore because this patch really sucked. Like it's actually running out. Holy fuck, that's down to 5.6 million. Yeah, these top ones. This one's gonna run out next. Yeah, I might have to retire that island at some point. Move it elsewhere. I think the others are mostly fine, but yeah, these go through a lot of scrap because it's just constantly running. This and the stone on Novice are just like constantly fucking running. So they burn through so much. How much buffer do I have? I mean, that's actually what we were just looking at. That's why I'm on a kilo right now. It's because ideally we're at around 12 update time running robo speed before I scale it up. Like if I'm consistently pushing much higher, like what are these spikes up to like 14? Holy shit. Like if I'm consistently getting significantly higher than 12, then that means we're likely going to consistently drop lower than 60 UPS. And then we don't want that. For 80 cargo slot wagon, we need more than that though. We at the least need train multi-threading. Like if they just give us quality trains and nothing else, then it'll be nice. For like casual-ish megabasing, but for like serious megabasing, I don't think it's going to change much. We need at the very least multi-threaded trains, the way belts are multi-threaded. If we get those two things and a better way to load and load trains, like the Satisfactory system, then all bets are off and everything's going to change back to being train-centric like it used to be. I mean, that's going to be wild if Megabase 3 is like train-based, actually. Something I haven't even really fucking thought about. Trains are not multi-threaded. They need to be multi-threaded. That's the explanation. Yeah, apparently, like, that's, like, the original reason they're not multi-threaded is, like, collisions and shit, but, like, if that's the reason that holds them back, then they'll be forever held back by that. I mean, belts move biters, too. Belts are multi-threaded. If a biter sits on a belt, a biter gets moved along with the belt. So, like, I don't understand the whole, like, trains have to interact with biters, therefore they have to be in the main thread. When belts interact with biters and they're not on the main thread, someone fucking explain that to me. Competitive megabasing? There's no real competitive megabasing. It's why I, like, kind of, like, don't really care for the whole, like, people are like, oh, you gotta have the absolute maximum SPM. Like, it's like the SPM ladder. Anybody who thinks there's, like, an SPM ladder, like, is just kind of, like, I think a bit cooked in the head. Because there's so many variables that come in with regard to megabasing, you have to have the constant best processor. You have to be on Linux, so you have to be like updating your processor every year. You have to be on Linux. You have to be updating your Megabase every year with every new processor that comes out. You have to use like every last fucking bit of degenerate technique and probably wind up using lots and lots of blueprints that are not your own because there are some like relatively solved solutions. So the way I see it, like you're just kind of pushing to see the best you can get on your system. You have to remember, like I had the best processor for Factorio Space Age when Space Age came out, but now I don't. I don't know why the I didn't want to upgrade to the 9800X3D because it was just one more level higher, right? But like I considered that if the 10800X3D came out, I would maybe think about it. But they're taking forever to release that compared to the gap between the 7800 and the 9800. Like, I don't know what's taking so long. It should have been released by now. And B, I've heard rumors that it might be on Zen 6. And if it's on Zen 6, well, I'm on fucking Zen 5. And Zen 5 had, like, fucking crazy issues, like, even when I got it. So it's like, I don't even know how they're doing Zen 6 already. I don't know what's going on with that. So, yeah. You know, I'm not rich enough to justify, like, spending $400 on a new processor every year. Right, so, I don't know. If trains were multi-threaded, how much improved my base? I mean, as I said, if they do multi-threaded and quality, then it's kind of if they do only quality, then it's a definite no. They're not going to be incorporated. If they do multi-threaded and quality, then it's a maybe of them being incorporated. If they do multi-threaded quality and give us a more UPS efficient way of loading and unloading, then it's a definite yes. It's kind of the complete answer. Yeah, I mean, the one thing is CPUs are the one thing that haven't gone super up in price right now. You can still get, like, the top-end X3D chip for about, like, $300, $400, depending on your region. Way more important is having non-dog shit? Yeah, I mean, that's the third part I was just talking about. Like, we need a system, like, I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with the Satisfactory system, but with this Satisfactory system, I mean, this doesn't look like it's getting any lower, so let's go to Gleba and implement the deep sleep system while I talk about this shit. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the Satisfactory system, but the way first of all, in Satisfactory, there's no inserters. Like, you belt directly into a machine. So essentially, Factorio uses or Satisfactory uses a splitter type building in order to make belts go in multiple directions. Except the Satisfactory splitter can split into 3 total directions, whereas the Factorio one only does 2. So yeah, you kind of just have, like, systems in Satisfactory can look like this, basically, like where you have a belt, and then it's like that. Well, except you probably don't have that much space between them, right? But that's basically how things look in Satisfactory. Like, it just takes straight off the belt into the machine, however much it needs. Trains in Satisfactory have the system where when they pull into the station, first of all, the station building is relatively big. It's one of the larger structures in the game. And you can extend it. It's not just one building, but, like, you have your lead part, and then you add, like, extra parts depending on how long your train is, right? If your trains are 4 cars in length and you have 4 unloaders, and you have to build the liquid or solid unloader type building depending on, whether you're unloading liquids or solids. The way the trains work in Satisfactory is the train pulls into the station, and then a big crane comes down and lifts up the entire cargo bay off the train truck, and then moves it over and drops its ingredients into the station itself, which has its own internal storage. And then belts can run out of that. Like, every little, like, load unload, like a solid loading unloading section will have 4 belt connections built into it, 2 for loading, 2 for unloading, and then you just run belts straight out of that. That's the system that I think they should have in Factorio, where it's like it just immediately unloads the entire wagon in one motion into an internal storage part of the train station itself, and then the belts just come out fully saturated immediately. You don't have to worry about, belts not being saturated or anything like that, because, the station essentially acts like a loader from Factorio, right? In that it just, like, generates a full belt based off its internal capacity. But, like, essentially it's way less actions, right? It's way less actions, way less computations. It's a way more UPS efficient system. I think that's the system they should implement in a Factorio. 9950? I don't know if the 9950 beats the 9800 right now. But yeah, $800 for a processor is a lot. I hate Satisfactory splitters. It's so ass to ever try to make a balancer. Why are you trying to make a balancer in Satisfactory? You know, I know there's a whole meme of like, you know, there's no wrong way to play the game, but I think you found a wrong way. Like, I never at any point needed to make a balancer in Satisfactory. So what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Like the old liquid trains? What, in old liquid trains in Factorio? The only liquid trains system I've known in Factorio is this system is the one that currently exists. Just a fast unloader of the large hitbox, yeah. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's just about it's all just about having a system that has less actions, you know, and less computations. That's ultimately what we want. We do seem to have a nice flat line though, so that's nice. We're gonna test that all night. Okay, here we go. So, we still need some fruit being generated. But what we want to implement now is a deep sleep system. So I would say we even go ahead and shut down the pilot light on the pentapods. Because if we want to restart it, we can just grab one of these eggs, you know, these shells on the ground. So I don't see the need to preserve, you know, an egg or something like that. So we're going to set up a circuit-based, like, super deep hibernate that puts all the blades into, like, super deep sleep. That essentially, basically, we're going to cut the fruit flow to every blade. I mean, I could just cut the belts, I guess. I guess I don't need to do something circuit-based. Yeah, we could just cut the belts to every blade and let them just fully shut down. And then part 2 would be wiring up, yeah, okay, so that's good. The good news is I'm not already using the enable disable on the ag towers. That's good. So we're going to hook that all up. We're going to hook them all up with a red wire. Minus a few. We're going to leave a very small amount running, like maybe just one row or something running, to keep a small amount of jelly nut flowing to make, you know, the bioflux and carbon or whatever the fuck we need for whatever the fuck else we need. But yeah, the rest should be completely shut down. Do these turrets, does anybody know, do these turrets, like, use UPS? If they're just completely inactive like this? Like, if there's nothing near them, does anybody know, like... I think they should, like, fully hibernate, right? The active state shows red. They draw power, but, like, I don't think the power draw, like, really... I don't know. I mean, I guess I should probably just tear them all down anyway. Not much point in leaving them up. Kind of nice to leave them up just in case, but, you know, it's been a while since we had a just-in-case incident. So, yeah. Alright, let's scrap them then. Oh. Alright, so begin Gleba shutdown sequence. Yeah, I don't know. I'm removing him either way. We're gonna shut down Gleba as much as we can here. It's not on. No, it's not on this corner. Dude, how do I make a fucking decon planner to only target like concrete and rocks, no matter what? Concrete and landfill. Like, I swear to God, it's more complicated than it should be. Yeah, we can pull some roboports too. These are no longer needed. Those are needed. But yeah, we can basically get rid of the whole perimeter. Yeah, you need to be connected somewhere. Do you need a robo connection down here? No. No, it was just for defending the stone source, that's it. No other reason. Neaten things up a little while we're at it. Why'd I even bother deconning landfill? Aesthetics, baby. Leave no trace. It's like we were never here. Might do something with like concrete around the edges here. I don't know. I haven't thought of Gleba aesthetics much, honestly. Like, we've given a lot of thought to... The planet we've given the most thought to aesthetically is Aquilo, obviously. Like, it's the one we've put the most effort into making things look nice. I've seen my concrete ornaments. I shouldn't be surprised by any action. What does that even mean? What? Huh? What does that even mean? Someone translate for me. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave the update time visible the whole time we do everything. I wish I could actually just see just the update time and not everything else. Like the same way we see this. Just have another line up here that just shows update time. And maybe entity time. And that's it. Is that all the hard points? Let me turn this off. Yeah, that's all of them. We are spider defense only now. Yeah, I'm really only concerned about game update time because ideally we want to get that under 12 before we scale to 10 million. I mean, keeping in mind that we gain roughly like half to 1 MS, more like half an MS if I go move my character like down here to the middle of nowhere or something. So it is 13.11.5. This is the update time that it currently is. This is the minimum it reached in like a rolling, like, I don't know, well, not rolling, but like the past 30 seconds or a minute or something like that. And this is the high. Basically like current, low, and high. I think. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure I hit 19 anytime recently though, so I might be wrong about that. But I think I'm right. Yeah, it's like current, low, high in a rolling like 10-second window. You can see it periodically. Well, I don't know. They keep saying 19. Like, that makes sense for low, but I don't know. Someone can fucking correct me. I'm not sure if you're saying I don't do fancy stuff or I do a lot of fancy stuff. I actually can't tell what you mean. Are you trying to say, like, I go ham with fancy or I do, like, nothing fancy? Yeah, see, like, this is something I was thinking about doing. Apparently I have this guy tagged as horrible Factorio advice. Times 5. But yeah, this is what I was thinking of doing. No, you're up here. I have you no tag. I have no tag for you. Apparently I've upvoted you 7 times. So, that's a good thing. Yeah, Reddit is fucking unusable without RES. RES helps so much. Tag people who give good advice. Flag people that give bad advice. Trust me, it helps. RES. Reddit extension suite or enhancement suite. Or something like that. Don't use Reddit? Okay, what should I use instead? What should I use instead for... Reddit is basically the gaming forum these days. You realize that, right? Like, Reddit is effectively the gaming forum. Discords are very hit or miss. Like, I don't know. Discords are pretty hit or miss. Discords are a pain in the ass to search as well. Because if there's, like, multiple Discords, you have to, like, search every Discord. But yeah, I mean, like, I'll join the Discords for the games I play, but... yeah. But yeah, doing, like, concrete around the farms and shit, yeah, I was thinking of doing something like that. Can't add a light in here without it blocking something, though. We already use all 9 squares. Yeah, Reddit enhancement, yeah, something like that. But yeah, it's like if you actually want to discuss games and shit, you're like your 2 choices are Reddit and Discord. Like I would recommend you use both. But yeah. I mean, really the best source for gaming information these days, and I'm not trying to say this, you know, because of personal bias, but the best source for gaming information is actually Twitch. Just like find someone who streams the game that you're interested in, who knows what they're talking about, and because on Twitch people can't hide. People can't hide, right? Like you can see their gameplay, so people can't really like make things look better than they actually are. Or shit like that, right? Like, I can't just take a screenshot of when it dips below 12, be like, look, guys, I'm at 12, because you guys can all see I'm not at fucking 12. YouTube over Twitch? No, YouTube is like a full step below Twitch. The way I kind of view it right now in terms of knowledge is like Twitch is the best, followed by YouTube, followed by Reddit. I would put Reddit at number 3 in terms of like general sites. Like specific discords are too like RNG, and a lot more people use like Reddit and YouTube than use Discord. Like 100%. Like way more people use Reddit and YouTube than Discord. Discords are just really volatile in my experience, in terms of how good they are. But yeah, like Twitch chat over YouTube comments over Reddit comments is generally my experience in terms of level of play and how knowledgeable people are. For megabasing, definitely Discord, yeah. Probably. I use Facebook, yeah. Yeah, Reddit was a lot better back in the day, but like people just use Reddit because there's no other alternative. That's really what it is. The other big problem with Discord is you can get banned from a Discord server and you can't access it anymore. Like if you get like banned from Reddit, you know, you can still like read the fucking subreddit, you just can't post. But if you get banned from a Discord server, you have to make a whole other fucking Discord account and shit. It's, yeah. Learn latches from Reddit? I learned latches from the fucking wiki. Yeah, I learned latches from the fucking wiki. I just looked at the Factorio wiki and I read the circuit page. That's how I learned them. I've never actually had that happen. And I've posted in some like pretty spicy forums, I guess. But I've never had the whole, like, banned from somewhere because I posted somewhere else. That's never happened to me. I've heard people talk about it, but yeah. I don't know. I've never been banned from any subreddit ever on Reddit. Like, not once. So, yeah, I don't know. Okay, anyway. Let's initiate deep sleep. So we're just going to cut the belts here and let them dry out. Stare at that page for a week, can't read it? It wasn't that complicated. It wasn't even that long of a page. Like, what? Use your special secret trick to get slightly better fruit yields. Power pull trick? Don't think I've heard of that one. Shouldn't you just shut down tires at a cutting belt? Melon, if you would actually listen to what I fucking say, you would know that that's the very next thing that I was planning on doing. Did you not hear me talk about hooking red wire up to these and shutting down towers? It was literally the next thing I was planning on doing. What do I need carbon fiber for right now? Nothing really. I guess foundation, yeah. No, I need it for foundation. Yeah, those need to stay online. These will get shut down at some point too, eventually. Kind of worried about stack inserter count, actually. I might let the game run offline a little bit this week. Yeah, I'm gonna put you back to 20k. Morons hanging hard drives from bungee cords. Yeah, I mean, like, as I said, there's no perfect answer here. They all have their ups and downs, for sure. They all have their ups and downs, for sure. What? Huh? Whatever. Alright, everything minus one row. So I think that should be plenty to keep it all going. Maybe I should hook up each... Actually, you know what? I shouldn't hook them up all together. We should have a different switch for every row. So I can enable, disable an entire row at a time. Alright, so closest one is the one that stays online. Holy, this is loud right now. Alright, there we go. This song called? It's Djawadi, Ramin Djawadi, Game of Thrones, something. Or Westworld, sorry. No, this is from Westworld, not Game of Thrones. Yeah, it's Painted Black cover. Yeah, this is Painted Black. Beck, give me the song name. Song name or a Spotify link. I need to put that in the... You know what? I'm going to do it right now. I said, like... I wanted to change that the other day and I never fucking did. God, where's the under? Here we go. Edit song request. Request a song, give Spotify link or just song name. Yeah, that's what it should say. Because that makes it easiest for me. Space Rangers 2, The Long Way Ballad? What am I getting baited into here? Yeah, it was a painted black cover, yeah. Oh, wait. Kind of vibing with this intro here. Don't screw it up. Don't screw it up. Oh, I have the wrong group selected. Dude, do you know how many times like I hear a song and like it's like has such a good intro and then like 2 minutes in I'm like I hate this. Actually, kind of happened yesterday with a song someone requested. I'm like I'm really digging this intro, and then the song like the actual singing part started and I was like oh I'm disappointed. I'm actually vibing with this. I'm actually looking for more music like this. This is like a bit of an undeveloped part of the music I listen to, right? Like, I could definitely stand for a bit more. Can that reach? No. Okay. I guess let's... Oh, the power poles are already in a somewhat... Let's standardize the power pole positions. Put one, like... there, so... That was kind of chill. It was short. Whoops. That was decent. I'll add it to the playlist, yeah. Well, I actually kind of want to skip past the Jawadi stuff. Usually I play this playlist in order. Oh, never mind. It's almost over. This is the last one. Yeah, I usually play this playlist in order. Like, some of the other ones I do on shuffle, but this one I do in order, but it's like 20 hours long. So we usually mainly hear the first part, but like not the second part as often. Alright, what symbol do we want to use? Just a basic fucking check mark? Do we want to get fancy? Checkmark is usually like a temporary enable disable. I should use a power signal. Like usually electricity is what I use to indicate like hard shutdown. And let's use that one. It's a shame there's no tree symbol. And you enable if electricity equals 0 with a red color, and you are simply does not equal with a green color. Wait, what is that one doing there? Yeah, it's just this thing. Oh, I'm actually just gonna scrap this thing right now. Because like I want to see what my UPS is with, you know, everything exact. This isn't even actually running yet. I want to see what my UPS is with like exactly 10 million. Don't care about the science. Just drop this shit and that's it. We should also remove the test removing the Promethean chips today and see exactly. Yeah, that's good enough. Whatever. Let's see how much it affects things. Bonus points if you know what this song's from. I see we are properly cultured in this chat. Nice. Alright, here we go. Oh, yeah, I didn't set the conditions. Enable if power do not equal 0. I need to. There's like some old games that I've been feeling the itch to play, like lately. And the OG Deus Ex is definitely one of them. You know what the other one I've been feeling like playing is? Like the old school Mech Warrior games. Like I want to go play some fucking Mech Warrior 3 campaign, man. Even if you haven't played it, it's an iconic main theme, yeah. They don't want you to make calls, Jim. Like, the whole thing is a byproduct. It's not something they intentionally put in. It's a byproduct of a bug fix. Well, maybe not bug, but it's a... Because originally people were putting mines on their ships to kill asteroids. And then just, like, replenishing the mines. So they made it so mines do damage to your own platforms, because they originally didn't. And that resulted in the whole shit. So yeah, it's not an intentional thing. It's just something they don't have a good solution for. I mean, who knows? It's something they might fix in 2.1 even. This is a game series that has been lost to time. Yeah, don't get me started. It was one of my favorite like franchises when I was younger. I mean, still is. Not even a younger thing, really. Really good franchise. Yeah, I can see it draining out pretty quickly now. Like, they didn't even finish Mankind Divided. Mankind Divided wasn't even that bad of a game. The problem was that it ended, like, right as it was getting warmed up. Like, when the ending happened, it felt like you were only, like, a third or through the game or something, even though it was still a pretty long game. But, yeah. The OG and Human Revolution were the two best games in the series, in that order. Do ag towers use UPS while they're moving? Yeah, I mean, that's why they're in, like, hard shutdown right now. Alright, now we gotta do the same thing over here. Dude, this one, like, doesn't even hit anything. Why is this one even here? Where's that stack inserter that it's like, I don't even know. Oh, there was a normal stack inserter in here. What? There were still some normals. How did that happen? Yeah, make sure you're all proper. Sure, we copy paste it. All games in some sections have not been surpassed? That's not even like an unpopular opinion. That's like my default opinion. Like, in terms of complexity and game depth, a lot of old games are just completely, you know, I don't even want to use the phrase ahead of their time, but because it's not like, because things didn't really like stall, it's more like they regressed. Like, if you go look at, like, this is why I was like talking about, like, I kind of want to play the OG Deus Ex, because, you know, it was like a full proper PC game, right? With, you know, where you have everything bound from 1 to 0 on your numpad, and then you have like additional bindings on all your F keys and everything for all your abilities, because the game just gives you so many abilities and that kind of thing. You know, these days we get crap like, why are we getting an alarm? That was temporary. I might have to enable another row. Wait, did I disable the... What did I do? I didn't mean to disable the first row. Let me just set up the fucking circuit control on every row. Instead of, like, just omitting the first row, and we'll just set the first one to enable. Yeah. Yeah, I accidentally disabled the first row. But I didn't wire it all. I did something weird. Here, hold on. Let me just get it all. Just get wired and you'll just stay enabled. Make my life easier. Okay, looks like we do need at least 2 rows. Yeah, that's we can just toggle them on one by one. But yeah, as I was saying, like, if you go look at some of these older games, they're just, like, way fucking ahead. Like, you know, like, back in the day, we got, like, Deus Ex with, like, a million fucking abilities and a million choices to make. And then these days, we get shit like New World, where they're like, your character has 3 abilities and that's it. And people actually played that garbage. Where Gleba is forced to be your homeworld and Novice don't exist? I mean, we can try that when we get to like modded Factorio. I can try, a leave Gleba challenge or something. The thing with Gleba is it's just more complicated to get to the basic ingredients. But the thing with normal stuff, the thing with normal development is you have like iron, copper here, and then you have like oil, and then you have like blue chips, LDS, in terms of complexity. With Gleba, it just changes it so you start with fruit, and then you go to iron, copper, and then BC, LDS. Up here is still kind of the end. And then the oil is just free. Because, like, once you have the fruit going, you can literally just make plastic and sulfur and lube and rocket fuel directly from the fruit products. So all Gleba does is it essentially removes the oil part, makes it free, and replaces it with fruit, and shifts iron and copper and shifts the entry to fruit. So, like, I don't think starting on Gleba is as hard as people think it is. Like, I mean, the difficult part is getting your research up, your damage research up quickly so that the pentapods don't murder you. That's the hard part. I did, yeah, okay. But yeah, I mean, there's so many older games that are just so much better. Like, CNC3 is the one big example, like, I always use when talking about RTSs. Like, CNC3 was so fucking far ahead of its time. So far ahead. Like, with all the formation and, like, reverse commands and everything that they had. Like, you could literally drive tanks backward in that game while shooting forward. Like, the UI and everything about CNC3 was just so far ahead of, like, modern RTS games. It's not even funny. CNC3 was, like, the competitive RTS that never got to be what it deserved to be. Because fucking EA can't do anything right. Like, it had a really good foundation, and they just ruined it with bad balance patches. And they ruined it so quickly, too. It wasn't even like, it was around for years, and then they ruined it. Like, basically, within the first year, they had torpedoed the game with really bad balance decisions, and everybody left. It still makes me sad even thinking about it. Never got attacked early. He's talking about starting on Gleba, though. If you're starting on Gleba, it's very different, because, you don't have a bunch of damage research by the time you get there. Yeah, I don't even know if I could run, like, Mech Warrior 3. Deus Ex has versions that can run in modern OSs, but I have no idea if I can even run Fucking MechWarrior 3 on a modern system. Yeah, I've heard about that, Jim. Been warned about that regarding Linux. Windows really likes to annihilate its competition. So you get another operating system in Windows is like, I took that personally. I need to make sure there's still enough jelly nut, even with that part shut down. How did you not get timed out for that emote? He got away with it. Nightbot slacking. Brood War was better? Yeah, we already know you're a fucking Brood War junkie. We've had this conversation. CNC3 was an objectively better game than Brood War. Fight me. Ladder was horrible? How was... Wait, of all the complaints you have about CNC3, how was the ladder horrible? I played ladder on that game like crazy. I was fucking top 5 on the ladder for like a very like long time. I was fucking good at CNC3. Balance was ass. Scrin was underpowered for a while. Scrin was underpowered. Nod was the strongest, but GDI was still very competitive. Like, GDI was like 95% as good as Nod. It just fell very slightly behind in some areas. Scrin was what was underpowered. Because I was originally a Scrin player. I liked playing Scrin. And I was like top 100 on ladder like consistently, and I got like frustrated at like how bad the Scrin balance was. So I was like, fuck it, I'm going to switch to Nod. And I just shot up in the ladder as soon as I switched to Nod. Scrin's... The big problem with Scrin was that their tank had a delayed damage. So their tank would shoot it, and they would overkill a lot because the damage was delayed. Like, whereas GDI is using railguns and Nod is using lasers, and their damage is done instantly, the Scrin tank, I forgot what it's called, would shoot at something, and the damage would be done like half a second later. So they were like super inefficient when they fought. They would like waste damage like crazy. It was a really big issue. If they had fixed like that one issue, Scrin would have been a lot more competitive. But yeah, that was the main problem. I might need more than one jelly nut. That seems like very little. Why are some of you still running? How come you didn't get the... You got it. There we go. Here. Take out the night vision. Is there our mod PC? Yeah, the Generals and CNC games were done on like a really fucking shitty game engine that has like big issues with like higher frame rates and shit. That's like the one major problem with those games. Like, I think it was like capped at like fucking 30 frame rate or something dumb like that. I can't remember. Play the Spot the Glowy Heat Tower or Ad Tower game. Man, Gleba at night with like lighting has like the strongest Tiberian Sun vibes of like any game ever. Like, does it not? Do you guys remember like Tib Sun campaigns and shit? And the like super atmospheric lighting and everything? Like, Gleba at night gives me like such big Tib Sun vibes. Another game I need to play again. Love COH? I never actually played COH, and hey Duck. I never got into. Well, I did play it a little. I never got into it because it had no base building. Like I'm like I was like I mean I was and I still kind of am a pretty like hardcore RTS purist. Like I want proper resource gathering, proper base building. You know, if it's just like it's what we call RTT. When it's like a strategy game that doesn't have base building, we call it real time tactics, RTT, because it's all about the tactics. There's no strategy anymore because you removed the strategic component. So yeah, I never got like hugely into RTT games. Like I need to be able to build my little city and defend it. Battle Aces had no real base building, yeah. I mean, we've had this conversation, Melon, but like, yeah. I lost interest in Battle Aces when I realized it was being head by David Kim. I was like, yeah, that game's gonna fail. And it actually failed really fast. It got shut down, like, within a year of it being, like, announced and released or whatever, it was shut down. Like, David Kim can't do anything right. That man is probably, like, the worst thing that's ever happened to the RTS genre. Ugh. Had players where they didn't find a way to monetize it, and yeah, I mean the next RTS game that I'm like really looking forward to is Dwarf. I actually created a Kickstarter account just to back it. It's the only time I've ever backed a game like super early on, but it looks like really fucking promising. Terrible, terrible game. That was Dustin Browder, who was equally at fault with David Kim. They can burn in RTS hell together. But yeah, between the two of them, they basically destroyed StarCraft 2. They still can't balance it. Like, I still follow a couple SC2 streamers, and I still occasionally watch games, not because I care about SC2, but because I just like watching competitive RTS. And my choices for that are either like AoE 2 or fucking StarCraft, and all the fucking AoE 2 streamers are like early morning birds. Like Europeans and shit. Whereas, like, for late night owls like me, I at least got people like Tassels, and a few other people to watch. So yeah, I still occasionally watch SC2 even though I don't play it. They're still making like huge balance changes to the game. It's been like 10 years. They're still making like huge like sweeping balance changes, and they still can't get it right. Because the game is fundamentally broken at its core. It's like, it's just bandage on top of bandage on top of bandage on top of bandages. Like, there are layers of duct tape on SC2 that are meters thick at this point. It's like, oh, we bandaged one solution, it broke something else elsewhere, we had another bandage, we had another bandage, we had another bandage. Because, in order to fix the actual core problems that are causing these issues, they basically have to redesign the whole game and make StarCraft 3. So yeah, like, StarCraft 2 is like, should have been one of the greatest games of the century. Instead, it's just like this niche shit that no one really pays attention to. Aside from, like, the remaining diehard players that are still left. And the desperate ones that don't have anything else to switch to. So yeah, I'm very salty when it comes to SC2. Very salty. Yeah, SC2 is fundamentally unbalanceable, yeah. I 100% agree. There are too many units that just have, like, incredibly bad design. And almost all the problematic units are shit that they added or changed from original StarCraft. Like, StarCraft 1 was not a perfect game. StarCraft 1 had a lot of fucking flaws. But it was, like, sort of close enough that they managed to, like, achieve some semblance of balance using very, very, very rigid map design. But SC2, they can't even do that. Because there's too many units that are just fundamentally broken at their core. Like, they do too much, like, there's too many units that do too much. That's really what it boils down to. And all races, all factions are guilty of it. It's not like just, like, one faction has a bunch of units. Like, every faction, Zerg, Protoss, Terran, all have units that are, like, just shouldn't exist. Like, the Roach shouldn't exist in its current form. The fucking, Broodlord probably shouldn't exist either. infestors were like always a flawed concept, and they've changed the abilities the infestors had like fucking 10 times. I'm not even changing their balance, but completely changing their abilities. The Viper exists as a giant fucking band-aid, you know, to Zerg in general, that they then had to nerf because the band-aid wound up being too strong. Like Terran probably has the most like completely like fucking broken units out of any race. But Protoss, you know, Colossus probably shouldn't exist. The Oracle definitely should not exist. The Medevac should not exist. The Thor should not exist. The Widowmine definitely should not exist. Probably the single fucking dumbest unit in the entire game is the Widowmine. But yeah. Alright, is there anything else we can do for deeper hibernation here? You're not getting enough jelly now, are you? Yeah, this thing's not getting enough fruit. I need to turn on another jelly row. Oh wait, you get yours from way down here, don't you? Okay, hold on. We need to change which row is on. Go to this one. Yeah, the jelly is significantly higher. Can you show your fruits per minute? Yeah, well, I just started shutting down Gleba. This is not a good time to ask me. We're in the middle of shutting down Gleba. I can load back. Well, the thing is, Ag is also shut down. I mean, I guess the trees were harvesting no matter what, so you can still see the fruits per minute. But yeah, you asked me at a really bad time. I'm fucking... Here. 34k Yamako. 15k Jelly Nut. Yeah, there's the fruits per minute. When everything was actually running. The Ag Science is not running at this point, but we have a flow-through design. I mean, the actual reality is probably a bit higher than that. I can, well, I don't know. I'd have to fucking go digging to find the exact numbers. But yeah, I would say, like, probably upward of 30k and 15k. As you can see, these aren't fully flowing right now. And when these blades are on, it obviously would be fully flowing. When these blades are on, there's, like, basically nothing reaching the end. So yeah, a lot. That's the answer. A lot. ASL Finals yesterday? I missed them. I was streaming during most of it, and then we raided Pac, and Pac had just hit Ashlands for the first time. So we were like, oh, we gotta watch this. And then he died like 5 minutes after I raided him. To exactly what I knew he was gonna die to as well. But obviously I couldn't tell him that because of the spoiler rules on his channel. I should have said something. Like, when it happened, I was like, fuck, I should have said something before I raided him. I would have looked like a prophet. But yeah, I was like, I know he's going to die to lava in Ashlands, because I've played Valheim to Ashlands, and it's the one thing that does, like, way more damage than you would expect. If your toe even touches lava, you get, like, full Smeagol immediately. like lava in Valheim does more damage to your character than lava does to you in real life. I'm not even kidding. Like, you die faster to lava in Valheim than you would if you were dropped in it in real life. It's fucking ridiculous how much damage it does. So yeah, I knew he was gonna die to that, and then it happened like 5 minutes after I raided him. No spoiler, please? Yeah. Is Solar in the final? What did Solar make it to the final, or am I thinking of a different tournament? I've just been watching the ones on Tasteless's channel. Because that is like the one Zerg player. Or am I'm thinking about SC2, aren't I? And you're probably thinking about SC1. Yeah, I don't know. I can't keep these tournament names straight, man. I should go on Hearthstone? What's Hearthstone? Thor is fine, Ima? No, it's not. Delete the sentry? Yeah, I agree. Screw Hobbit, I'm gonna go watch it now. Priorities. See me suffering rampant with tons of different mods? We'll see. I will rise to the challenge. Hey, games. But yeah, usually the tournaments I catch are the ones that Tasteless broadcasts. Because he's like one of the, he streams at he streams at basically the exact same hours I do. So when I have a day off, it's him that I'm usually catching. Because even though it's a day off, I still am basically awake and asleep at the same hours as when I'm streaming, right? I don't know if there's much more we can do. I'm just kind of sitting here and chilling to the fucking vibes. The Gleba Night vibes are like, on point. This is why we don't concrete this planet. It's the one planet that looks better without concrete. Yes, Factorio has fruit. Welcome to Space Age. He does a thing called IMBA, or do I suck? People trying to send a replicate person in IMBAs. I'm not trying to prove, any one unit is IMBA. My thesis is that the entire game is fundamentally flawed at its core. It's not just, one unit that's broken. It's half the fucking game is broken. The macro mechanics should not exist. Chrono Boost should not exist. The Mule should not exist. Larva Inject should not exist. What else should not exist? Scourge should be back. The Corruptor should not exist. The Corruptor's not an overpowered unit, though. The Corruptor is an underpowered unit. That unit's been fucking underpowered since the game launched. You could give that unit 50% more damage to, non-massive units and it wouldn't even break the game. That's how fucking bad it is. Yeah, I already said the Viper is a band-aid that wound up being overpowered, and then they had to nerf it, and now it's, somewhere in the middle, but still badly designed. Are we good now? Okay, hold on. I just need to make sure this gets enough for it. I mean, I can enable disable them remotely, too. I don't need to be here. But, I just need to make sure these are getting enough. I don't think it's quite getting enough. I think I need to enable one more Jelly Nut line. Maybe one more Yamako line, too. Yeah, we're getting nutrient crashes over here. Oh, wait, this is on the right. Fuck, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, you're on the wrong belt. Yeah, it needs to be pulling from the innermost belt, not the outermost. Is there anything else like that? No, so you're correct. You're correct, you're correct. Yeah, we have to be much more careful about this now, because we're afraid of all 3 belts. And there's only one Jelly Nut belt, so that one's much simpler. But yeah, I nutrient crashed this, so I need to go. Do that. Yeah, but you have to remember, the Corruptor preceded the Viper. You're looking at it completely backward, Melon. You're like, the Corruptor cannot be good because of the Viper. And I'm saying, the Viper would not need to exist if the Corruptor didn't suck. Let me get some water real quick.
Okay, I'm back. The Corruptor is also like an insanely uninspired design too.
Like going from the Scourge in StarCraft 1, which was like such a cool and very like Zerg feeling unit, to the fucking Corruptor, which is like, here's a fucking air unit that's more of a tank than it is an air unit. Like, it's not even good at like countering the stuff it's supposed to fight against. It just sounds like you really hate Vipers, honestly. Do you hate Medivacs as much as you hate Vipers? Because I'm smelling Terran bias over here. Sure. He's definitely a Terran player, guys. Don't believe his lies. Yeah, but that makes it predictable, though. That's the thing. At least against smart players. Anytime I would face random on the ladder, I would just, like, assume the opponent was going to do some cheesy shit. Because random players can't fucking macro. Like, long games, they would fall apart every time. Alright, I think as much as we're vibing here on Gleba, I don't think there's much more I can shut down. We need to keep producing stock inserters, at least for now. We can maybe shut that down after 10 million. I already buffered up a very large amount, but honestly I should have buffered more. There's like no jelly making it to the end. But if I'm looking at this, this is good on jelly. And this is good, and that's all that actually matters. I might be able to shut down a Yamako, maybe? I'm gonna try turning one off. $40K need a good company RTS? There was like one Warhammer RTS I tried at one point. I never got like super into it. Had a lot of different factions though, I remember that. But I remember it was missing like the core, like resource gathering or something. Like, I don't know. Part of the reason why I hold the CNC games in such high esteem is because the resource gathering is the most interesting out of any of the factions. Because the resource is actually something that's alive and can spread and grow, like, for one. And number two, you can scale things up very highly if you want. Like in StarCraft, you can build SCVs till you saturate your mineral line. And then once you're saturated, like, extra SCVs do nothing. Whereas, like, in Command & Conquer, you can build, like, fucking, like, 6 refineries on your starting tip field if you want. And, you know, you'll run out in, like, 5 minutes, and you'll need to expand very quickly, but you'll get, like, a huge boost of resources. So CNC, like, really kind of encouraged, like, a whole other level of aggressive play at times compared to the, you know, StarCraft games. Because there was no, like, limit to how many workers you could put on a resource field. It's just how many refineries did you want to spend the money for, because, you know, they have a big upfront cost. What do you mean by mobility around the map? Having too much mobility around the map is one of the biggest problems in StarCraft. Like, it's pretty crazy in SC1, but in SC2 it gets ridiculous. It's actually one of the biggest problems I have with StarCraft 2 especially, is the terrain just winds up meaning so little in the endgame. Because there's too many flying units, too many strong flying units, too many ways to just bypass terrain. Like, in fucking, like, say, in, like, late game Tiberian Dawn or, like, other CNC endgames, you know, cliffs and choke points still mean something. Like, you actually, like, are concerned with, like, controlling key locations around the map for, like, choke points and shit. Like, you'll try to, like, build out to them and, like, build, like, base defense there and, like, you know, really hold those chokes. You never do that in StarCraft, like never, not once. You start building too much static D in one area in StarCraft, you just get dropped in your main. I don't think SC1's balance is perfect. I think it's still a little high, but it's definitely better than SC2. SC1 at least made drops have like a good opportunity cost. Like in SC1, if you wanted to drop, say as Terran, you actually, you know, have to build dropships, right? Which are an investment that takes away from your army. In SC2, like you just build, you're already fucking building medevacs. You know, because they're medics now. So there's like literally zero opportunity cost for not dropping. To the point where like you're basically an idiot if you don't drop kind of thing. No, we definitely need two. We definitely need two. Okay. Let's just go on a tour of planets and see what we can hibernate or shut down right now. Then we'll do some clocking. StarCraft's static defense is also incredibly weak. That's the other problem with SC. Like, the static defense is so fucking weak. Like, when you compare the static D in StarCraft to, like, obelisks of light, or, like, sonic emitters, or storm towers, or something like that, you're like, holy fuck, yeah. Like, SC static D is, like, crazy fucking weak. I mean, I don't know if there's much I'm going to be able to hibernate on Vulcanus, but, like, after this, we probably need to do clocking, so I will stall as much. Yeah, actually, I'm not sure there's anything to hibernate here. Like, these already, like, naturally hibernate. Yeah, it's already, like, full red. Okay, maybe don't drop to Vulcanus. I hate Static D. Static D has a purpose and a point in the game. It's why StarCraft 1 defenders' advantages are, like, so fucking dumb. Like why they have to have, like, the ridiculous, like, high ground system that they do. There's a balance to be struck between having Static D be too strong or too weak. I think CNC strikes that balance. I don't think StarCraft does. Although, like, I think in StarCraft, like, photon cannons are probably largely fine. It's like sunken colony, and sunken colonies in SC1 are probably like kind of okay too. But the SC2, like Zerg static D, like oh my god, it's so fucking weak. Like you put like 2 fucking spine crawlers in your mineral line in StarCraft 2, a single medevac with 8 marines can take them both out. Because it can just heal through the fucking damage. And you're like, you won't even kill a single marine. Unless you're microing your spines to target the same marine. It's so fucking dumb. It's so fucking dumb. Yes, but mega turtling has never been an issue in CNC games. So it's like, you're just objectively wrong about that. Like, if you think static D in CNC3 is too strong, then... Like, as I said, like, it objectively does not lead to turtling. Like, this is coming from someone who's been a competitive SC player in, like, every major fucking... Or a competitive CNC player in every fucking CNC game. If you start turtling, the other player just takes all the other TID fields, and then you literally get nuked. You have to remember that CNC has super weapons. StarCraft doesn't really have super weapons. Like, Terran has nukes, but they're not the same. They're not the same. Like, CNC actually has fucking nuclear missiles. Like expensive nuclear missiles. You turtle, you're gonna get nuked. Like, as soon as you start seeing someone building lots of static D, you just expand and build a fucking Temple of Nod and drop a nuke on their base. I've never played Pokemon ever, Jim. Have I played space exploration mod and made videos? I will be. I will be playing space exploration toward the end of the year. Where are we fucking going? I'm not sure there's anything we can do on Vulcanus. In terms of shutting things down. Everything here kind of naturally hibernates. It's just Gleba. And a Kilo naturally hibernates too. Sunken costs lava. Well, the other problem with Zerg static D is that, like, you have to pick between ground or air. So if you put like a lot of ground defense, it becomes it becomes vulnerable to air and like shit like that. As I said, I think Sunkens and SC1 were in a better shape, but Spine Crawlers and SC2, like, they really need to be able to two-shot Marines that are being healed by medevacs. Like, if a Marine has been constantly healed by a medevac and it's attacked by a Spine, it should get two-shot. Like, I'm sorry, it's ridiculous that you can just, like, heal through it with a unit that you're already building no matter what. It's just one of the million things that's wrong with SC2. Yeah, I can't think of anything to do here in terms of, like, more optimizations. I think, and yeah, Fulgora is also... I think we're at the point where we have to go do some clocking, man. Whether we like it or not. It happens in a lot of games. I mean, what RTS actually had a turtling problem? Like, I don't know. I'm gonna be blunt. If you have problems with turtles, I don't think you're very good at RTS games. Like, it's so easy to beat a turtle. It's the easiest thing to beat. You just expand. If they're turtling, they're not expanding. You just mass expand. Get like 1 million resources and you just stomp them. Like, turtling is the dumbest fucking thing you can do against a good player. It only works against people that don't know how to expand. And it's not enjoyable. It's so easy to beat, though. It's so quick to beat them. I don't know. I've never had an issue with a turtle in any RTS game. Only played Red Alert 3, thinking back to them, had a certain charm over SC2. Yeah, like, CNC games definitely had more charm than, like, SC2 did. SC1 had some charm, I'll give it that. But yeah, SC2 was kind of soulless, honestly. Red Alert 3 was arguably one of the weaker CNC games, too. It's still a good game, I guess, all things considered, but Red Alert 3 is when things really started to jump the shark a lot. A lot of people like Red Alert 2. If you like talk to people in the CNC community and like hang out in like CNC community channels and shit, then yeah, Red Alert 2 is kind of like generally the fan favorite. I always prefer the Tiberium series more than the Red Alert series, but I like both. I liked the gritty groundedness of the Tiberium games. In this house, Kane is a prophet and a hero. That's a really shitty argument. You realize that, right? Please tell me you realize that, Melon. Just because you say you're bad against fighting against turtle players and don't enjoy it, doesn't mean Static D is too strong. Like, this is your personal issue and not an actual game balance issue. Not bad at it? Well, okay, you really don't like it, but yeah. Like, you not liking something is not a good reason for, saying it's OP. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I get that, but as I said, that doesn't mean, like, static defense should be just crippled in all RTS games because Melantos doesn't enjoy fighting against turtles. Right? Like... I mean, have you ever, like, played any CNC games, like, competitively at all? Because, like, I'm just talking about CNC level of strength versus, like, StarCraft level of strength. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of my point. Like, I think the CNC level of strength is, like, perfect. I think the StarCraft level, at least in StarCraft 2... I mean, people just don't even fucking build it. That's like what happens in SC2. Like, static defense is so weak that people just barely build it, even when they have, like, enormous mineral surpluses. They would rather just bank it for, like, an army refresh. And just, like, chase drops around with units. Than actually building static D for, like, the purpose that it was supposed to be designed for. Like, that's the issue that happens when it's too weak. This is a dumb spot to put this in. I should have put it, like, here to here or something. I guess we should just go ahead and move it now. It's just these two wires on that pole to that. I think that's it. You're the calcite alarm. You need to add the other belt. Oi! Oh my god. I can. There we go. So many fucking wires. I got a question on the prints. When you took the purple side print out of the book, it doesn't fully saturate the output? Which print? There's a lot. This basic one? I ever played Mindustry? Nope, but we will be playing it within the next month or so, depending on how long Timberborn and DSP take. Mindustry is the number 3 game that we're going to be playing. The next 3 games are DSP, Timberborn, and Mindustry in that order. I've pretty much decided on that. So yeah. Like, Mindustry is number 3, so give me about, you know... As I've said before, I don't know how long it's going to take me to get through DSP and Timberborn. Like, they could be 10-hour games for me, where I try them out and I'm like, this game actually sucks. Or it could be a 1,000-hour game where I, you know, get super into it. I have no idea. So it's, you know, we're finishing up this Megabase this month. You know, this weekend, next weekend. So I guess, like, first weekend of June we'll still be on this. Assuming I can get this under 12 UPS today. And we're not just ending at 7.5. So yeah, like, I mean, we could be playing Mindustry as soon as, like, the first week of June. Or it might be, like, sometime in fucking October. I don't know. I'm not sending by Wi-Fi. What? There's no radar here. Or what are you asking? I'm not sure. What are the chances my save implodes if they change to LDS shuffle asteroid recycling? 0. Why would it implode? Also, how do you even change? Like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's not that hard to get like quality shit without that stuff. I really, really hate the fact that the community has like just parrots this whole LDS asteroid shuffling thing being broken, because it just shows how little they've experimented with other quality generating methods. Like, the asteroid shuffle shit is like strong, yeah, but it generates a relatively low amount of resources compared to other potential methods. It's just convenient because it does like a lot at once. And you don't need that much if you're just making quality buildings and not quality science. But if you try to like experiment with like quality science, you're quickly going to realize how bad asteroid ships really are. And that you're better off, you know, mining for quality. So yeah, I mean, my stance on it that I've said many times before, but I guess I haven't stated it in a while, so that time has come again, is that I don't have a problem with them changing it as long as they implement other solutions. Factorio is a game about solving puzzles. Like figuring out LDS shuffle, blue chip shuffle, you know, asteroid upcycling ship, etc., etc. These are all problems with solutions that you need to figure out. If you just remove all these three things and don't add anything else back in, then you've straight up removed like a couple puzzles from the game without adding anything back, and the new solution is the most boring thing on the face of the planet. Like, it all just looks like this. Well, I guess you can't see it very well, but you can see this one. Like, you just do this on every planet. Well, by every planet I mean Novice, because it's the only one that has like every aura on the ground. But yeah, it's just like mining tungsten into, you know, a recycler bank, and then you just do that with copper and iron as well. And they get your legendary out like that. Woo. Then you have to use a bunch of fucking electric furnaces, because you can't liquefy shit. You know, it's boring. It's boring, it's tired, it's... Yeah, it's... I think the game is worse off if we just have to do this everywhere. The other problem with that is it forces your quality planet to be Novice, which means a lot more shit on Novice, which means more pollution, which means more things potentially having to go through the hub, which sucks. The good thing about this system is, like, I can have my quality planet be Vulcanus, because by having it be space-based, it's planet-agnostic. So, yeah. That's my opinion. They automatically sent by Wi-Fi? Wi-Fi is just what's in the logistic network. You cannot add signals to the logistic network. Like, there is no send to option here. You can only read what's in it. Wi-Fi just is only able to be used for what's in the logistic network. You can't, like, add a variable to it. Trust me, I would have done that 1,000 times by now if we were capable of doing that. This wire doesn't even go anywhere. Oh, this was the color control for the other side. Yeah, there we go. What are you, like one tile out of range or something? So people shut up. Yeah, I don't know. As I said, I don't mind if they remove certain puzzles as long as they add others in their place. Like, if they're going to do that, like add a bigger recycler building, like maybe add another way. Maybe finally do something with quality fluids or something, I don't know. But I think just removing that shit without touching the game in any other way, I think the game's worse off. I think the game is more boring. Am I steel and plastic? Oh, we can look at how much time this is going to take. There you go. At 7.5 million SPM, it's going to take 73 hours. 74 hours. We've already done 300 million, and we're not even at 1%. Hey, John. Like a kilo so much? Tried making resource ships collected from Mars to drop straight down in a kilo? Yeah. Yeah, resource gathering ships need to be traveling. If they just hover in orbit, you get very few asteroids compared to how many you get while traveling. You can put in an epic barrel and put it conditionally. Yeah, I mean, you're right. You can do a bathroom key system if you really, really wanted to. But at that point, it's just easier to use a radar and an actual like circuit, you know. But yeah, plastic's at 30. Steel's at 26. I mean, I guess I could push that to 30 for like legendary steel. It doesn't matter for normal steel because normal steel comes out of a foundry. And the foundry has 50 prod, so you only need 25. But yeah, it would only make a difference for, legendary steel. Actually, well, I mean, I would have to remove the prod modules. That's everything. Like, it would just be changing those modules to speeds. It actually still is at 300, so yeah, 25 is high enough for steel. In my eyes, there's not much point going higher. You might only get 2 more levels? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, as I said, we're at the end, my friends. Blue circuits? They're at 300. I mean, I have this at 30, or at, I guess, 26. Yeah, I mean, like, I could pull the modules out of here and replace those with speeds. But, it kind of doesn't matter at this point. Too funny number? What, 6969 or something? I mean, I already overshot 420. So... 420? Yeah, we could do that, I guess. How much would it cost you to push steel to max prod without prod mods? Nothing, honestly. Yeah, nothing. Like, a 200 million research is, like, nothing at this point. Like, we're doing the 33 billion on this one. Like an hour? Yeah. Maybe less, honestly. But as I said, steel is at max prod on foundries. You guys keep saying it's not at max prod. It's at max prod on foundries. Remember, foundries have 50 prod built in. You see, this is already full speeds. And it's at 300. Get health to 69? Health doubles. Yeah, health doubles in cost with every level, so that's not happening. Yeah, that goes up really fast. It'll be, like, higher than this. I don't even think... this doubles too, I think, right? Or is it 50%? Yeah, it doubles, yeah. Yeah, it's the same scaling as this. Basically. So by like level 30 or so, it'll be like taking forever. Oh, you were talking to Cap, sorry, yeah. I need to pay more attention to that when someone's like replying. I sometimes just miss those lines and I just read this. Yeah, that costs way too much. Sorry, we can't do that. At this point, I'm leaving that at level 2 just to trigger people. Well, I mean, 22k isn't even that much. Because remember, I can get like 2 levels of mining prod per minute at this point. Explosive to 31. If I were to do explosive to 31, we would have to ramp Gleba back up. Because you have to remember, this is the amount of Gleba science I needed for 2.5. So I would need 3 times this many Ag Blades at least. And like, you know, we would have to clear the pollution out to like here or something. Yeah, 31's very high. I mean, I don't even have robo speed at 31, and it's the same scaling. It's the exact same scaling. So it's like you're essentially talking this, but with Gleba science. Queuing up 7,000 times? Yeah, if I were to get it at like 5 digits, I would have to install a mod. I don't use any mods, remember that. This is completely modless. This is default settings modless. As purest as it gets. In terms of Factorio purity. Let's see, random artifacts of things that should no longer be there. Or don't need to be there anymore, really. The old power lines that we don't need anymore because... oh, that was for landfill. It's still in there. We're actually in a spot with like almost no pollution here. So it's actually green, man. It's actually green. Do I have a decon for all the random? My standard, well, I usually just use this one. Which just blacklist trees and rocks only. I have this one. For stuff that's on the ground. Apparently there is some stuff. But it's like, I don't have fucking base-wide coverage. Where's there a fucking construction robot on the ground? Hold on. I'm actually curious now. There's a fucking single construction robot on the ground somewhere. On the right somewhere. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing with doing this right now. Like, I'd have to... There he is. Right near Karg Island. But yeah, I mean, as I said, I don't have base wide robo coverage. So it's like I actually need to like find it. Oh, those are easy to find. They're all here. We actually do have robo coverage there. Anyone see the red dot? We got one singular wood on the ground. This is the worst kind of stalling I've ever done. We need to go clock shit, man. Oh, looks like the base spot's got it, yeah. There's seeds somewhere. Well, anything in here the base bots can get. We have coverage there, yeah. There's some seeds there. Took a day off to lay in grass. Can you imagine? I just start the stream. It's just music only. I just stand in the forest the entire time with my mouse over the SPM. And then I'm not even at the computer. Oh, you meant the construction. I thought you meant me. Oh, I see it. It's in the purple. Yeah, here. It's probably better to just hit it and then just run around and... There's a fucking... What? What? There's a level 1 non-legendary prod module on the ground somewhere. Where did it even go? I lost it. It's like down below. There it is. I found it. I saw the bot go get it. Nothing, Jim, because they're pretty averse to that kind of stuff. You have to remember, most people aren't like me. Like, if they completely wreck my base design, I'll just start a new one. There's a lot of people who, like, you know, play Factorio a lot more casually, like, work on things over much longer periods of time. If you break those people's bases, they'll never come back. The River of Stone pisses you off? Why? The fact that we need this much? Yeah, I mean, I've talked about purple science a lot. I don't, like... Well, my big problem is that on default settings, like, I need to do shit like this. And this is already, like, sub 1 million. That might run out at some point. Then I'll have to route this to the right and then this to the middle. But yeah, like, I mean, that's not the only one. We have, like, this, like, we have multiple rivers of stone. We have one there, then we have all this, and then I have more coming in here. That's the stone needed for 5 million SPM. Right there, all that. Yeah, like, it's Space Age, but it's really Stone Age. You know, it's like that meme, they call it Space Age, you look inside, really Stone Age. Much shit on the ground here. Oh, that was just rocks clips. Whoops. That was the wrong one. Yeah, nothing here. There's another module. How do these level 1 modules wind up on the ground? I don't understand. I don't even know where the fuck it was. The rail system bricked things, but that's why they did it on an expansion. That's specifically why they didn't touch it until it was an actual expansion. Because, like, an expansion is the one time where most people would be starting new games. And you have to remember, they still did it in a way that was backwards compatible. If you have old rails in a save, they still work. You just have to, like, change over to new rails, you know, in a straightaway, right? Like, you can have, like, if you have, like, a big old rail system, it just means that at some point, you know, you have, like, your old rails, and then you have, like, you know, at the, you know, some point it changes over to new rails. That's it. And they can connect to each other. Like, they implemented that system making sure it was backwards compatible. Oh, they're actually full removing them in 2.1? Oh, was not aware. But yeah, you have to remember, you know, we're not the majority of people. And while Woob does listen to us and make changes based on what we say, like, they also have to consider how it's going to impact, you know, the average Andy. I see them. They're, like, right next to me. Yeah, the older rails have tighter turns, yeah. It's because the old system was ass. There's one seed somewhere. It's the last thing on the ground. At least that's visible. It's somewhere here. I mean, that's in an area I run to a lot. Like, I'll probably randomly run into it if the bots don't find it. We'll see if they found it. Yeah, they got it. There, it's clean. There's nothing on the ground. Okay, yeah, we've stalled long enough. We need to go clock yellow. Because, yeah, fuck, my update time's high right now. How am I at 57 at fucking 13? What are you fucking rendering that's dropping the frames? Yeah, watch it accidentally mop up the rusting spaceship. But I don't want to go clock. God damn it, man. I don't want to go do clocking. Fuck. Alright, here we go. God damn it, man. Hopefully this is the last clocking we have to do. Hopefully. No, you'd still be doing clocking, Turtle. You'd still be doing clocking. Oh, okay. I don't know. I'm so like all over the place with where things are. I should just stamp down the blueprints and work from that. Let's go work on purple first. Because oh, this is utter bullshit, yeah. Because that's already like half clocked. Where are the fucking purples? It's just these? Here we go. Should be. Yeah. Need to label things. My life would be a lot easier if I actually used documentation. What is left to clock? Purple, yellow, and maybe a little bit. Yeah, we started getting yellow set up for clocking. We never finished. I switched it over to medium poles. And I switched the outputs to be, to be on, full belts. That we never finished. So these were other people's purples that we were looking at yesterday, right? Yeah. Like this was Matthews, this was Comrades. But it doesn't matter because mine's the one that's clocked and yeah. Matthews was really fucking compact. Kind of impressed by that, but UPS wise it's identical to mine, so let's just take those and put those out of the way. And this should match this precisely. If it doesn't, then something's wrong. What am I doing? Yeah, it's identical. Okay. Time to clock. Okay, there's not much point in clocking these. Because it's 120 items from direct to direct, and it requires 92. And I think we're using basically all of that. Yeah, it's actually, if anything, it's item ingredient shortage on stone, the tiniest bit. How do you get short when there's stone available? Oh, it's because it's 80. Yeah, that's right, it's 80. Yeah, you occasionally get micro rail shortages. I'd sooner clock myself. Yeah, I mean, hopefully this is the last day. Maybe there might be one day next week, but hopefully this is the last day of clocking, man. I don't even know if we're going to use the A-Buck tool on this. I think we might just be doing lead follower on as many things as we can. So at the very least, we should be clocking the outputs. No, I didn't give up on purple. We have the top part mostly clocked. Well, I guess this isn't clocked, but the reds are clocked. Well, I guess the green chip input is not clocked. That could be clocked, actually. It only needs 33. Yeah, we could clock the green chip input. I didn't have it fully clocked on another blade, did I? Where I can just copy paste it? Maybe this one? No, actually these don't have green chip input clocks either. So we could improve blue a little bit too as well. Gray science doesn't require red chips for anything, right? No, it does. For the Ephern, right? Wait. Which one am I? Okay, yeah, that is the clocked one. No, I'm getting my sciences mixed up. There's no Epherns in gray. It's only in purple. Yeah, it's only purple, yellow, and blue that have a red chip block. Okay. And none of those have the inputs clocked. Okay, here we go. Let's start with the outputs. So ideally we want to fix these outputs so that we can do something like but that doesn't work. It's on the wrong side. It would have to be like that. Yeah. Alright, let's get another one. You should always do this, by the way. Whenever you're working on a design, like, create, like, different versions as you iterate. That way, when you screw something up, you can just go back a version instead of trying to revert your changes. Trust me, I learned that the hard way. Maybe not do it on the first two. Because those output to the far side, these output to the near, yeah. Apparently I broke it? What did I do? I haven't even started to clock it and I already broke it. Huh? I think this one just needed time to saturate, right? Yeah, the problem is we're already on like 2x. I can't run this box any faster. I do have empty sound. Okay, there we go. We're fine now. I'm gonna go to it if I had to. It's just that this one has everything in it. But yeah, I do have an empty sandbox that I use if I actually need to really speed things. Okay, so we're not clocking these or these. Anything that has to work like 2/3 or higher % of the time, I don't think there's a point in clocking it. But yeah, that science can 100% be clocked. Let me see. I have too many bookmarks. I can't find it. Alright, there we go. So can I just... Like, I only want the purple, I guess. I guess I can just do like that or so. Like, I literally want the purple only. Wrong one. I'm too fucking stupid for this, man. Oh, what am I doing wrong? Just clear it again. I literally just want this. Just give me a clock, literally for the output only, and that's it. Bro, like, I can't. I can't. What am I doing wrong? I just want to generate a clock. For literally just the output. That's it. That's all I want. Like, I'm not clocking these. Well, I guess I probably want to clock the input too, now that I think about it. Yeah, that should definitely be clocked. That has a big benefit if we clock that. Yeah, I just want to clock this input and this output, and that's it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. Like, what am I doing wrong? Well, that's why I'm doing 16 copies. 16 copies of this one little thing. Stack size on the belts? They are set. These are stack size on the inserters. These are 16. Stack size on the belts is, yeah, 4. That's all correct. I'm gonna be really honest. If we can't clock these things, then today's the last Factorio stream. If we can't clock this shit, then we're not going to 10 million. It's that simple. If we can't clock this, then tonight is it. We're done at 7.5 because I need to clock some shit. I gotta free up some UPS somewhere if we're pushing to 10 million. And clocking the remaining inserters and blades that we can clock, you know, that's basically the only thing, like, we really can do. So if we can't figure this out, that's it. Tomorrow, like, fucking next Thursday or Wednesday, we're playing DSP. If we can't figure this out, then this is really the end. Call it A-Buck? Here's the problem with A-Buck. My stream hours are very bad for him. Like, if he stops by, he usually stops by at the very beginning of the stream, and that's it. And the times where it's like, I needed him around, like, I actually made sure I streamed earlier. So it's like, yeah, my hours are just not good for him. And I've been starting the streams pretty late lately. I started today at like 10:30. Like, if I need him around, I need to start the stream at like 8. No, that's the way A-Buck told me to set it up initially. Like, when he walked me through this, like, that's the way, like, you're supposed to do it. I mean, I can try changing it to, like, you know, 17.0 and 1. Or even 16. Or even 5. It's yeah, I just get that error every time, and I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Yeah, nothing works. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess I can try messaging A-Buck and, like, see if he can stop by on, like, you know, Thursday early, and I can try to make sure I stream early. And with his help, we can try to clock the last 2 blades. I don't know if I can clock these without his help. He's like the only fucking person on the planet that knows this stuff like this. Like, I don't know if I can clock these without his help. Ask Grok. I think if I were to ask an AI, its brain would fucking melt. I mean, I could do, like, lead follower shit on yellow. Like, that stuff I know how to do. I could do, like, lead follower wherever I can, I guess, on the upper parts of the blade. But yeah, it's like I'm looking over, like, every fucking thing I can change on here, and I don't understand. Yeah, belt 2 to machine 1 with this stuff. Machine 1 to belt 1 with this stuff. That looks accurate. 100 productivity, that's the crafting speed. Everything looks good. Yet we can't get a clock. Calculated by hand. The problem is they have to be synced. The reason this tool was created is like I can't just clock the purple. This input has to be clocked relative to this output. Right? Because of the way the automated insertion limit works. You see how low those automated insertion limits are? The automated insertion limit's only 5. So it has to input at a time when, you know, that lines up with the output. That's the whole fucking problem. That's what makes clocking a goddamn nightmare. I wish it was as simple as just do it by hand. Did no one do this before? It's easier. But... Or if we could, like, set an automated insertion limit with circuits or something, at least. But the problem is the automated insertion limits fuck everything. That's what makes it so complicated. Like, A-Buck is basically the guy for this. He's the one that kind of figured it all out. While I was, you know, pretending I was a hamster. And, that's why he created that tool. Was to try to make it easier. Because, like, this is what it actually looks like, for those of you who are unfamiliar. Like, this one, I started clocking myself, but A-Buck helped me finish it. And this is what the clocks look like when you've actually clocked something properly. You have one big governing timer. That's your total complete cycle. And then you have other things activating, you know, at certain intervals. Like, this activates twice per cycle. This activates once per cycle. This activates once. Twice. 3 times. And they all have to be tied together to the same cycle. That's why I can't just clock the output and then clock the input separately. It won't work. Like, here, I'll even do it to show you what I mean. I'll actually fucking do it. You know, this won't work, but I'll show you why it won't work. Like, okay, so... This is making at, let's just say 16 per second is what we want, right? So it's 16 per second. That's every, you know, 60 ticks per second. So that's every 960, sorry, I'm fucking doing it backward. It's, okay, let me think. It's 16 per second. So we needed to activate basically once per second. Right? Because the inserter moves 16 at a time. And it's 16 per second. Okay. So with that in mind... Oh, god damn it. I guess I'll make it consistent. Where is it? Okay, you see? That works. Right? So that part's simple enough. We need 16%. And you know, I can implement a simple clock like that, I guess. You know, as like a temporary thing. There's like 10 people in the world. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. A-Buck and like, you know, the people who got super into it on his Discord. Or, yeah. Quit trying to clock, right? Yeah, I've clocked a few things, but like, it's... I've realized pretty quickly it's something that's like very thoroughly unenjoyable, right? It's like... It's just kind of a miserable thing in general. Okay, so that's the output, right? And we can do that. We can do that. You know, that part, you know, I can do simply enough. Now we look at you. And you need to swing twice. Wait, what did I do? Hold on. You're not actually clocked. No, hold on. I screwed up. Yeah, this needs to be, What was the tick interval duration for a single pickup, not double? I don't remember. What was the tick duration for single pickup? Is 25 double or single? Oh, let me find one that's actually fucking set up properly. It's single. Okay, so 24. I guess. The inserter moves 16 items at a time. It makes 16 items per second. That part lines up kind of nicely. So we activate it once per second. That's the math. Yeah, it looks like I can drop it pretty low and it still works. And stock inserters are 16. And fully upgraded. Okay. That's the simple part. That's the trivial part. Now you're about to see what happens. When we try to do the hard part. Okay, so this needs... We'll round it up and say 3 items per second. So this needs to activate once every... except it needs to activate twice. It needs to insert one of each type. So that's to activate long enough to swing for both types. And it's going to insert 16 items at a time. So roughly once every 5 seconds. So if I were to just make another very crude clock here, where I bring this up to 300 and have them on separate timers, where I send you... Let me get a more exact number. Yeah, it should last nearly 6 seconds. Right? Like the stuff we put in should last nearly 6 seconds. But you see the problem? Yeah, you see the problem? The Deltron 3030, yeah. Yeah, I just wish he had more songs like this. Or at least if he does, I'm not aware. I remember last time I was looking through his discography trying to find more like this. It was like just this one. But it's a damn good song. I don't even think I've ever heard the non-instrumental version, honestly. Needs to activate more. No, see, that's the problem. That's the trap you fall into. You think it needs to activate faster, but the problem is it needs to activate when the insertion limit's below 5. It has to activate when the insertion limit's below 5. So it's not as simple as just swing faster. Hold items before inserting. Well, this one's not. But yeah, that's basically the behavior we want, like that double insert. That time it only single inserted. Because it still had some E-ferns left. It's the issue. But yeah, this is the problem that the website was created to solve. You know, have like one comprehensive clock run off one timer that everything runs off of. Is Dan the Automator? Alright, I'll add it to my list. Of things I need to look up. I don't know if I'll get much time this week, though. Like, this week I've already decided, like, I need to fucking sit down and make a bunch of Factorio YouTube vids. Like, I'll probably make, like, half a dozen fucking vids or something. This week or something. Like 5-10 minute vids explaining various concepts. Run a stopwatch? A stopwatch isn't really going to help. These numbers have to be precise. Very, very precise. You have to math them out. Like human reflexes are like what, like a fifth of a second? That's fucking 20 ticks, man. We can't be off by like 20 ticks. Yeah, exactly what Mind King said. Single clock is the only option. It's why, like, on all the functioning ones, we have just one clock. Like here, I'll actually put it down and hook up the inputs to show you what I mean. So this is a proper functioning one. You know. Oh god, which one's which? You are copper. And where's the iron? Iron was... I think I usually ran that out here. But yeah, you can see in here, like, literally everything is clocked. We have the input, the output, you know, and we have the engine. Literally everything is clocked. The blue is as good as it gets. I need to do this down below. I think I missed something else, didn't I? What are you missing? Sulfur? Water. I forgot the water. Huh? Oh, and you need the filling kit. Yeah. The whole album is insane. Set in future. Yeah. I added it to my list. It's been a while since I had like days off where I could just music deep dive. I did manage to add a bunch of songs to the playlist last week, but yeah. Like this week, as I said, like I really need to sit down and YouTube some shit, so I'll add it to my list and I'll get to it sometime. But yeah, this is basically how a functioning clock works. You know, as I said, one big clock that's set at an interval that covers everything in all the associated intervals. Essentially, it's like a least common multiple kind of thing. And then these activate, you know, however many times they need to during that interval. This one needs to activate 3 times, so that's the one that sets the interval. Because the others are all shorter. And then you get your nice, full blue science output with inserters that are, you know, hibernating almost all the time, right? Like you can see those red circles. They're pretty much constantly hibernated. and only being activated on command. You can also see it pretty clearly if you do wake up. You see those white lines? You see how infrequently they're popping up? Like, you don't see them much. Up here you see them more, but those are like, those have to activate quite a lot. Something that has to be activated very frequently, close to the inserter's throughput limit, there's no point in clocking it, right? Like, this needs 332. The limit of 3 inserters is 360. Now, obviously, we're not using full 304 green chips a second, but, you can still see they're activating, like, extremely frequently, so there's not much point in clocking them. But stuff that activates very infrequently benefits incredibly, hugely from clocking, because it goes from being active, like, almost all the time to basically being never active. And yeah, and then meanwhile, look at the purple. Like, you see how clean that is in terms of activations? You see this? We need that to look like that. No, I haven't seen the live, but yeah, there's a lot of, like, Aphex instrumental stuff on my playlist. On this playlist in particular. I love Aphex instrumental stuff, man. Selected Ambient Works. One of the best albums ever. Is this playlist available anywhere? What would your reaction be if I told you the playlist was paywalled? And you had to, like, sub to get it? Just asking in theory. The blueprints are free. The content is free. Oh, yeah, actually, so. I said in theory. I was joking. It's not actually paywalled, but I appreciate the sub. That's why I said in theory. I said. I mean, I've like half joked about paywalling the playlist before, because it takes a lot of effort. I've put a lot of effort into these playlists. These playlists are the culmination of, like, decades of listening to music. Thousands, tens of thousands of hours of going through bands and finding good songs. But yeah, they're not actually paywalled. But we've half joked about them being paywalled before, like, But it's kind of a weird thing to paywall, right? Because once you have the link once, you have it forever. Also, it's very easy for people to just share it amongst themselves, right? I can't stop that. But yeah, we've half joked about it before. Because, yeah, like, the amount of effort that goes into them is significant. But either way, I appreciate the sub, man. I'm going to start asking that to everybody who asks for the playlist. What would your reaction be? Baiting out the $2.50 left and right. Did I see the paywalling build guides, PoE2? I heard about it, but I didn't, I don't really know much about it. The content creator they were talking about, I don't know him at all. Because, I don't really follow PoE2 stuff much at all. But yeah, exclamation mark playlist will get you the 2 big playlists, which are pretty fucking enormous, and, will get you most of the stuff. There's a few other playlists that, that I have that, for those, you gotta listen to the stream. And of course, Pandora, I can't really give you a link to, because, for Pandora, when we're on Pandora, I can tell you the seed that you can put in, but the seed is just half of it, How you upvote and downvote songs is what determines what the radio will Imagine paying for PoE2. I mean, here's the thing. Like, I sort of understand why people do that kind of thing, but I would never do it. It's like Nilhouse, for example, we've had this conversation before, but Nilhouse paywalls his blueprints. Like, if you want access to his blueprints, you need to, like, sub for them. I don't do that. Maybe I should. But, I don't really like the idea of paywalling content. We're entirely donation sponsored here. If you enjoy the blueprints, you enjoy the music, and you want me to keep doing this, then I basically am doing this more or less full time at this point. So, but yeah, they're like the content. I will never paywall blueprints or anything like that. I think the balance I have on the music is good, though. You can get, like, my major playlists for free, but there's, my other minor playlists, the more specialized ones. For those, you gotta listen to the stream. I would not use your BP for free, let alone pay for them. You already use some of my blueprints, you just don't know it. You've got people in your fucking game putting down my blueprints and you don't realize it, Will. Trust me, because I've seen them. You can't avoid it. They're sneaking into your game whether you like it or not. That's my reaction for paid blueprints? Yeah. Anyway, I think we just try to do lead follower shit right now. I can maybe go with, like, the simple clock on purple, but yeah, we need A-Buck here. I need A-Buck for one more day to help us figure out how to clock these last few remaining builds. It's only yellow and purple, so it hopefully won't be too bad. Or maybe I'll just send him the blueprints. That way he can do it on his own time and not worry about having to match my schedule. But yeah, I have no idea why this fucking thing isn't working right now, and I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Like, this should work. And I'm not even getting useful debug messages here. You'd have a word with that hand. Yeah, pretty much. I don't think it's just him, though. I've definitely seen a non-Andy player putting down one of my blueprints in your streams before. But yeah. Can I manually adjust this number? I want to try something. Nope. Well, it doesn't do it either. Someone linked me a blueprint they came up with it. Said, buddy, read the description. I'm one of its creators. Yeah, was it the Automall? I think that's the one that has you have credit on it. That's the one that gets passed around the most, I believe. Which is understandable. It was a bitch to design. Oh, it was the gambling machine. Ah, gotcha. I don't think I have your name on the gambling machines, do I? I think it was the Automall, yeah. Yeah. But either way. Set crafting speed manually? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to see if I can do here. Is adjust the crafting speed to like 16. Oh, but how do I even do that? Well, this crafting speed, it matches this. Like, that's accurate. Yeah, 59.8437. But if I could set it to target 16 items per second instead of 17.1, that might be the issue, but like... What if I just, like, drop that? Nope. Your Omni-Mall is my Omni-Mall, Will. The one that Fly puts down. Fly helped a good bit in designing it originally. But yeah, the one that you use is, it's the same one. I think Fly has modified it a bit further. But I don't know what he's changed. But yeah, that's one of the blueprints that you're using. That's technically originated here. But I mean, that thing is a bitch to design. That thing was such a bitch to design. I think I would have an easier time designing it this year than last year, since I just know circuits better this year, but... Yeah, when we originally designed it, holy shit. It took a full 8-hour stream, and, like, my brain was completely fried by the end of it. My brain was completely fried halfway through the stream. Not even by the end of it. Like, 4 hours in, I'm like, I'm cooked. Hey, Ray Jeff. How do you see my blueprints? Exclamation mark BP. But yeah, I used to spend a lot of time yelling it, but then I realized that if you have issues with it switching too quickly... It's because you need to set like bigger production values. Like if you're making assembler 3s out of your Automall and you have assembler 2s and 1s in there, make sure you have like your 1s and 2s set to like some like high number, like 50 or 100. Because what can happen is like, it can't read items when it's like in an inserter, right? Like I mean you can, but there's like a million other wires running through it, so it's like not really feasible. Because it'll contaminate other signals. So what'll happen is it'll make assembler 1s. If you have it set to like a really small number, it'll make assembler 1s, then go like, okay, I have enough to make assembler 2s. Start switching to assembler 2s, and then as assembler 2s get removed from the logistic network, it'll go and get put into the machine. It'll go like, oh, I no longer have enough assembler 1s to make the assembler 2s. Switch recipe. And then it'll put the assembler 1s back into the network, and then it'll go, oh, I have enough assembler 1s to make the assembler 2s, and it'll just go in a loop like that. So yeah, if you run into the issue of it switching really frequently, especially on recipes where it's something where it's like A takes B takes C, and A, B, and C are all in the Automall, just up the numbers, and it'll fix the problem. That's like the only real problem I've ever run into it with it, and as soon as I realized I could fix the problem just by upping the amounts, I was like, okay, whatever. But yeah. That's for everybody, not just Will, by the way, if anyone's having issues with the Automall. That will fix, like, 99% of your problems. If you're running into a problem other than that, then I guess let me know. You put down a single machine? Yeah. It swaps before the bots have brought enough items? You need to increase the timer then. Yeah, if that happens, you need to increase the timer. Here, where is it? Like, these timers, you need to increase this to, like, 1,500 or, like, 900 or 600 or whatever. Then make sure you increase this one, too. Because that's what determines how long it takes before it swaps. Because essentially, the way it works is it iterates through the list of items you need to craft, and if it can't craft something, If it doesn't start crafting something within X seconds, or be told to pause, then it'll cycle. Essentially, like it'll try to craft A, and if it doesn't start crafting or is instructed to wait, then it'll cycle. But basically, the default behavior is it cycles through items every X seconds. And then if something is being crafted or if stuff is available in the network, it'll craft. The problem that you're describing is what happens because stuff that's being transported by the logistic bots, you can't be tracked. You know, when a bot is carrying something, it's no longer part of the network. So you technically still have the items, they're en route, but it's no longer part of the network, so it thinks the items are gone and were used for something else, so it tries to switch. That's also why you do not set trash unrequested. You just let the chest fill up. If you're setting trash unrequested, yeah, don't do that. Just let the buffer chest fill up with, like, you know, random material. That's also why you don't do things like nuclear reactors in here, because they have, like, massive amounts of material. Like, you don't do nuclear reactors or, like, you know, anything that, like, you know, takes 1 billion items in the auto mall. Here, like, I mean, I'll just load you. You're not permitted to touch smarts? Yeah. Well, just let know whoever is in charge of circuits that, like, yeah, those are the solutions. Increasing the timer and increasing the amount, like here. Like, I use 2 automalls on Vulcanus here. 1 for quality items. And you can see, like, I have it set to 50 of each. If I had these set to, like, 20 or 10, then you'd have issues. But yeah, setting it to 50 is usually good. But yeah, like, small stuff like this is good, and you just let this, you know, fill up with whatever. Same thing here. This is just crafting that, and you let this just fill up whatever. You don't do trash unrequested. But yeah, I mean, I have an automall on, like, every planet now. Handling a bunch of minor shit. I still use some standalones, but yeah. Stuff like, you know, pipes, circuits, that kind of shit. Yeah, that all just goes into stuff that's made in small quantities. Simple stuff that's made in small quantities. All goes into there. Signal sanitation and tick delay? You get used to tick delay. You get used to tick delay. But yeah, like, half the fucking circuits that got put in here were to help mitigate the issue of, like, it switching when bots were transporting stuff. There's a good amount that was, you know, in there for that. Otherwise, there'd probably be half the combinators. I mean, you have to remember, this is already, like, 2 in 1, right? Like, you can cut this, like, here. That's actually how many combinators it was. Also, these are just for debugging. Like, the display panel just shows what's missing. Like, you can see here, it's trying to craft this. And, it's missing these 2 things. They're not in the network. I might have cut 1 combinator too many because suddenly it's not cycling anymore. Yeah, I did cut 1. I cut the timer. Yeah, there we go. Those 2 were part of this one. But yeah, this is just part of debugging. You can see it's switching. It displays red because it's missing ingredients, and it displays the materials that it's missing specifically. It was a nice little extra feature. But yeah, if you cut down all the extra combinators, that's the actual core. That's how many combinators it actually truly is. And I've been meaning to change these to, like, the clock symbol and shit as well. I really need to... I really want to sit down one day and I want to, like, update the symbols, because when I originally designed this, these symbols weren't available. But yeah, I want to change these to the clock symbol. And then I want to go through and, like, label every combinator with what it actually does. Because, like, I do understand that, like, people are trying to, like, work on this, and it's, like, really hard for them to follow what everything actually does. This is the one that checks whether stuff is available in the network. And basically this is setting, you know, if the number of ingredients in the network is in the amount equal to the amount that's being requested, and then send a wait signal. But yeah. Someday we'll get to that. When wide animus low is good, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's also why I generally don't use the auto mall until I have, like, decent bot speed and legendary quality. Oh, yeah, especially legendary quality. That's another thing I forgot to mention. Because I think I've seen you guys try to, like, use it at lower quality. Because, like, basically, there's a lot of loading and unloading that needs to be done. And when you're at normal quality, it takes forever. It really shines a lot better at legendary quality. It's not impossible to use it at normal quality. It's just, yeah, just the way things work. It's unavoidable. You know, you have to, like, load things into the machine, then clear the machine. And if clearing the machine is going to take, like, 5 seconds, then obviously it slows down everything by a huge amount. Clocking got him so annoyed I'd rather pull up Omnimall. I honestly would, honestly. Like, really, I really genuinely would rather just work on, like, cleaning up the Omnimall a little than fucking clocking. Oh, I hate clocking, man. I hate clocking. With the Infinity Chest for rail set hooked up the clock generator webpage, you got some results? With the Infinity... Wait, hold on, what? Wait, did you figure out what's wrong? Hold on. So, like... Fuck, hold on. We can try that. Hold on a second. See if that does it. You are rail, and you are module, and eFern, yeah. Right. And, well, let me just remove that shit. Well, let me just... copy it from there. Oh, whoops. You hate clocking? I mean, we all hate clocking, honestly. It sucks that it makes such a big difference. It really fucking does. But yeah, it's a fucking miserable thing. I spent like 2 weeks working on clocking, and then I wound up taking 2 weeks off. That's basically what clocking did to me. Spent a little time working on clocking, and then I'm like, I need to just touch grass and drown my sorrows. Because it's fucking miserable. Well, we're using the chess. So maybe remove that and just do the output belt on there. Let's try that. Oh, shit! Oh, we got something. Hold on. Oh, we got something. We might have something here. Alright, let's find out if this works. Here, let me, okay, so you're gone, you're gone. We gotta change this wire color. Alright, and then you. And you are on red. Here, and you're on green. It's there. Moment of truth. How important is clocking? If you're going for 1 million, it's not important at all unless your PC is absolute garbage. You can get 1 million while being pretty goddamn inefficient on like a 10-year-old PC, basically. Well, I mean, you have to be somewhat efficient, you know. Maybe like 5-year-old PC. But, yeah. I wouldn't worry about clocking unless you're really, really worried about... Clocking is like the last thing you do. Let me put it that way. In terms of all the optimizations you can potentially do, clocking should be the last. You should be redesigning everything for maximal direct insert, you know, minimal bot flight time, you know, so on and so on and so on. Everything legendary stack inserters wherever possible. High beacon count over low beacon count. All of that you should be doing before you touch clocking. Clocking will make you want to quit the game. Clocking will basically make you want to quit the game. It's because debugging clocking is really, really hard to figure out what exactly went wrong. That's basically the big issue. The debugging part just makes you want to, like, kill yourself. Cat, thanks for the raid, man. Much appreciated. Whoops! Wrong... Okay, there we go. That's the right button. Yeah, if you guys aren't following Cat, go give him a follow. He streams at mostly the same hours I do, which is slightly unfortunate, but yeah, you should check him out. Get a third monitor. You can watch us both at the same time. But he's playing Pianodons right now, if you're interested in that. Except when you too late to redo it all. You don't have to redo setups for clocking, usually. I mean, there's, like, adjustments you need to make. Like, making sure you're not outputting the undergrounds. And obviously you're going to want to use medium pulse because of the wire length limit. But there's, yeah... There's not any, you shouldn't be having to, like, redo your designs entirely. Also, that looked like it worked, so who was that fucking figured that out? White Fang? Bro, you saved us. you saved us. That actually seems to have worked, man. That actually got us numbers. It's actually working. Yeah, the bottom looks good. It looks good. Oops. Yeah, you can tell the difference. Well, this one's just fucking cursed. Yeah, let's not even bother with that anymore. But yeah, you can see how much fewer wake-ups there are over here. Not convinced it's synced? I mean, it looks synced. If the belt at the end is saturated, then that's all I really care about. Yeah, it looks very nicely synced, actually. So was that the problem? I guess that was the problem at the end. Was the fact that, like, I wasn't including the rail insert and it was causing it to error out? Because it was looking for the rail product that wasn't there? I'm guessing that was actually it. So yeah, even if I'm not clocking the rail, I need to include the inserters or something. Or try that infinity chest trick. Because yeah, that fucking worked, bro. That actually worked. Purple is done. I think we can do a little more lead follower on the upper part. But yeah, for the bottom part, that's it. Because these are running like constantly, so those aren't getting clocked. This one's running like constantly, so that's not getting clocked. Same with these. Anything that runs with a very high uptime, there's not much point in clocking. The circuit overhead will probably cost you more UPS, and then you'll gain by clocking it. But yeah, as I said, stuff that activates very infrequently benefits the most. These feel like they're activating a lot, though. Hold on. Like, look at that. Those are activating way too frequently. Why are those activating so frequently? Hold on. Hold on. What the fuck? Oh, the rail is in there. That was my mistake. What did I do? There we go. I'm trying to understand chess. As I said, I think it's because when I was trying to use the clocking tool, I didn't want to clock the rail input because the rail input is already being input at like 80 or so per second. And the limit of an inserter is 120. So my kind of rule of thumb is that if it's being active more than half the time of its total limit... I mean, hold on. Let me just reset the whole system. So basically it was trying to clock the rail, But as there was no rail source, it was just erroring out. It just wasn't clear about the error. I think. I don't know. Hold on. Need to make sure this is like actively good. Actually good. Yeah, that's right. It was picking up from a chest and not a belt. I mean, I can probably just swap that. Yeah, I removed the belt. Here, let me add it back in. Because you're right, it is slower. So we have Fern, and then we have Fraud module. And then we're going to change you to belt 2. And that can stay on the chest. That's probably the part that was missing that was causing it to not calculate. Yeah, the rest looks good. Yeah, the one thing is the very top one has very slightly less. We should base off that. I think. I don't know. Yeah, it is based off that right now. Let's try you. Let's pull out the rail. Yeah, see, that shouldn't be happening. That might be because it's grabbing from a fucking underground. I'm going to increase that time slightly. To compensate from the for the underground pickup. I think it needs to be more. I added what, 4? Let's go to 8. So you go to 223. Yeah, you want it activating just long enough to do the double swing, but not have any more in hand. That's the key. You see, you want it to be swing, swing, and then no more in hand. I think I got it pretty close. Yeah, you see swing, swing, and then the hand stays empty. That's what you want. Alright, let's give it some time to settle and see if it's good. No, there's no take from underground option, unfortunately. You have to manually compensate. It's why we avoid taking from undergrounds as much as possible. But unfortunately, in this particular build, there's too much direct insert from like with the rails and all that bullshit. So, yeah, we have to compensate manually. 1 second. I think I see something that... Well... Yeah, the problem is that I can't move that. We're not quite there yet. That would do it, wouldn't it? Though it's a little spaghetti, but it's workable. How'd the clocking go? You were here 30 minutes ago. This dude steps away, like, he's here during the clocking. Steps away to grab a fucking snack. Comes back and is like, hey man, how'd it go? How was your trip? Not even 30 minutes ago. I'm fucking scrolling up. Your last message... Oh, actually, I was pretty much exactly on point. It was exactly 30 minutes ago. But yeah, what I was trying to do right here, real quick. The very, very top assemblers have a slightly lower speed than the rest of the assemblers, and that's going to potentially cause issues. I don't know if that's what's causing these issues right now, but if it's a variable that I can remove, then I should do it, right? Because you can see, like, these are all 9 beacon, 9 beacon, 9 beacon. The top one's 8 because of the belting up here. But that was an older thing, and there was adjustments made to this at one point, and I don't think we revisited whether we could sneak in the 9th beacon, but I think I can sneak it in. Yeah, I think I can sneak it in. Right? Like if we just do that over here. So basically what needs to happen is you go underground here. And that goes like that. So this comes up like here or something. And then go straight. And that lets me shift you over and then add the missing beacon. And then I have to change these as well. Like, it's really tight, but it is workable. There we go. Could also just put more space in between the two. That would work too. Am I still sane? Bro, I have 3,000, well, 4,000 hours, I guess now. It depends on how you want to count the AFK time. In this fucking game. Sanity went out the fucking window a long time ago. And then we can change this to 59.8437. Well, we can just copy the number from here. Regenerate. And the new clock we got from that should maybe be better. I don't know. As I said, I don't know if it's what's causing the issue. But it's a variable I can eliminate, so here I am eliminating it. I want to see how these are different. 383, it's still 383. Yeah, they're slightly different, activating a wee bit sooner. Yeah, put those in, reset it again. Alright, everybody cross your fucking fingers. If this is good, then the bottom half is good, and we can just do lead follower on the top, which is much simpler. And then purple will at least be done. You can ask anything you want. You can try to backseat as much as you fucking want to. Although I think I'm a pretty hard person to backseat. Here's the thing. When someone tries to backseat me, a lot of the times I just let them take the wheel for a bit and then, you know, wreck the car. And then I just take the wheel back. Like, I just let their ideas play out, you know. I mean, it's a good way to learn, though, Melon. Or Beck, sorry. You know, so someone thinks they have an idea, it's oftentimes the best way for them to learn is to, you know, show them whether their idea will work or won't work, right? Just play the whole thing out. And then I have to do the underground compensation still, yeah. So we were adding 8 ticks to you. So you are 197 and 222. You don't want to backseat, you just want to ask if someone knew your pipes flash with petrogas? What do you mean by flash? Like flashing because there's not enough petrogas in them? I'm still seeing some machines stop. Looks way better though already. I mean, you can see the difference. I mean, if it's flashing on and off, just sounds like you don't have enough petrogas. Would be this. What's this? A clock that seems to be working? Oh, you went ahead and clocked the rails too? You don't want to hook it up like this, though. I'll have to redo the wiring here. It's still 383. Yeah, let's just give him a second. In the meantime, I'll keep looking in mine. Let's see if I can figure out what's wrong. It almost just seems like the tiniest bit too slow. They're both gapping. The gaps on mine are, well, I was going to say consistently spaced, but then that big one appeared. Yeah. That one. We can try it. Beck. I have a feeling he's not at Beacons yet. I think he's like literally like his first oil ever. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, he's not at Beacons. Yeah, yeah. You just need more refineries and more chem plants. Like mouse over your pipe. If your pipe is well saturated, it should look like it does on the right over here, but it's like molten iron. Like the bar is almost full. If the bar is empty, then yeah, you just don't have enough petroleum. You need more refineries or potentially more oil pump jacks. Yeah, that's what you need. Yeah, or tell us yours is still gapping a bit too. So I don't know. So a little sooner? That's a little more... Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can try it. I'll go 2 ticks sooner. God, it looks like it's so close to being there. So close. Works? So worth a try? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, like yours, the clocks you use are pretty similar to one that's I use, so it's really hard to fucking say. Oh, it's on the right? Yeah, you're actually right about that. The left is good. Well, let me reset it again, because we let it back up. I kind of want to, like, try lowering the main clock. But that's dangerous territory. The left is the same as the right. The main difference is these... Where it's like, this will pick up the modules first and then the furnaces, and this will be the opposite. The furnaces first and then the modules. Because of the way they pick up belts when they're facing head-on. Pick up from belts. But that shouldn't actually change anything. Because it uses both in equal quantities. There's gaps on both sides. Yeah, it's like the same. I'm looking at it. You can watch the bottom. It's like the same on both sides. I don't think it's a left-right issue. The gaps even look identical. Look at that. It's like a 1 bottle and then a 3 bottle gap. Although sometimes it appears only on one but not the other. But either way, I mean, microanalyzing gaps like that isn't going to get us anywhere. I mean, at least I got the extra beacon in. We made one improvement, but yeah, I mean, I don't fucking know, man. I think the output is fine. I think, or is it? Wait, no, so I think it might be an output issue. It's trying to double output by default, actually, I just realized. I haven't touched the output clock at all. But yeah, it's actually occasionally getting stuck on output full. Just because the inserter isn't grabbing it fast enough. I think that might be the actual problem here. Yeah. Yeah, I do think the issue may actually be the output clock. Or, but like, how do we adjust that? If it's on the output, no. Well, I mean, it depends. Let me watch one of the bottom ones for a minute, because that's the one where it can always output. I mean, it almost just feels like the clock is just too slow. Like, it's activating the output inserter, like, just a split second too late. It's... like, it's fucking inserting the new ingredients a split second too late. That's almost what it feels like. Like, right there, that's 16 at about... now. That one. Now. It's like, it feels like that should be getting removed a bit sooner, and the input should be coming, like, you know, the same amount sooner. The lines that show wake lists, it shows, like, what's getting activated by what machine. The wake up list, wake up call. Just search for wake in the debug menu. Yeah, it needs to be on a clock. It's because of the automated insertion limit I was talking about earlier. And, like, having everything read each machine. You have to realize, like, what you're saying is essentially have every inserter read each machine. That's a lot of things being checked, right? Like, every inserter is checking a machine constantly. It has to constantly read it until the number gets high enough. Every time the number gets adjusted, it has to check the number and see if it's high enough. Whereas with a clock, it's no longer doing those checks. With a clock, like, it just waits for the signal to be told when to activate, and that's it. That's the diff. Jesus fuck, man. This is a highly appropriate song to play while clocking. Well, I guess it would be with the lyrics, but... this is the instrumental version. No, it's related to the clock, because without clocking it works fine. These are the unclocked versions, and yeah. It's perfectly fine. So yeah, no, it's a clocking issue. It's 100% on the clock. There's no doubt about that. No point in speculating. Related to clocking, but not the numbers? You mean the belt? Well, I was thinking about that, but it's only this one down here that occasionally can't unload. I don't know, maybe? Hold on a second. Yeah, so Artelis, I'm just gonna delete this, because, yeah, I can't be debugging two at the same time. If you figure it out, let me know. Let me see if I can come up with a different belt pattern here. So this needs to go ideally on... Well, what if I just do this? And only have the first one like that, because these have the side belts. I swear to God, if this fixes it, then I'm getting drunk tonight. I'm kidding, actually. I can't get drunk tonight. I've got no more alcohol. Alright, I'm driving to the liquor store at 5 in the morning. Fuck me, that actually was it then. Designing BPs? No, we're designing aneurysms and lobotomies. Self-inflicted. You just have to watch the stream, it'll happen to you too. I mean, the liquor store that I go to, the guy who runs it, it's always the same guy there. Him and I are almost on a first-name basis. Almost. I actually don't drink that much, honestly. I don't... Yeah. What do you drink? I kind of change it up depending on what mood I'm in. I go through phases. I used to drink like lots of scotch a while back, and then I was on a whiskey kick. I was on a tequila kick for, as far as recently goes, I was on a tequila kick for a while. But I've been trying to change it up a little, because I think I've tried just about every fucking brand of tequila in the store that's not like super expensive. So I got rum last week. I might not get anything this week, though. I usually grab, like, a small bottle of something every week on Monday. But I might not grab anything this week, because I really gotta get those YouTube videos out. We'll see. Depends on how I feel tomorrow. Saint Angst with Coke? What is that? What kind? What's my favorite ones? Favorite what? Tequila? Oh. Tres Generaciones is probably my favorite. That's a little bit more expensive. I don't get that one very often. It's like $40 a bottle for, like, a pretty large bottle. Like, But yeah. As far as cheaper ones, I've been buying a lot of Cazadoras. But I've kind of been getting tired of it. But yeah, I grabbed some rum last week, and it actually was kind of decent, so I might stay on that for a bit. I used to do Patron and Don Julio. Don Julio, they're both decent. I like Patron, I think a bit more than Don Julio. But Patron is expensive. Like, Patron is expensive. Like, you can get a much larger bottle of Tres Generaciones for, like, the same price as, like, a tiny bottle of Patron. Also, I'm on a big Anejo and Reposado kick. Like, I used to drink lots of silver tequilas, but, like, I've discovered, you know, good aged tequilas. So, yeah. The darker, the better. You can give me that properly aged Anejo. Yeah, but you get, like, the fucking Patron for, like, a 750 milliliter bottle is, like, 50-something bucks. Like, Tres Generaciones for, like, the same bottle is, like, $35. And it's better, honestly. Yeah, if you haven't tried Tres Generaciones, it's what I'd recommend. Get the Anejo. What do you mean by whiskey? Only that I'd call Scotch whiskey too? I mean, Scotch is a subset of whiskey, but I consider it separate. It's different enough, you know? Alright, well, I mean, yeah. I'm curious to know. So this was the -2. The -2 +8. I'm gonna put the OG ones back and see what happens. God damn it. Do you prefer bourbon? I definitely prefer Scotch over bourbon. I like the super smoky like Scotches though. I like Lafroig and stuff. The most vanilla whiskey taste there is, and just on 100 proof single barrel Jack. I can't drink Jack anymore, man. Actually, there was some like different quality Jack like that my dude recommended me like a month or two ago. Where, you know, the thing is like I like trying lots of different stuff. So every time I go, I try to get something different that I haven't tried before. So it's like I'm kind of like his guinea pig for like testing shit. And he was like, try this like whiskey, and I'm like, is this fucking Jack Daniels? But it was like Old Man Jack or something. It was like some like not the main Jack Daniels line. And I kind of like, I almost refused to buy it because like I'm not buying fucking Jack Daniels. But he convinced me, and it actually wasn't too bad. Yeah, I can't do normal Jack anymore. Normal Jack is for college kids, honestly. Yeah, so that definitely doesn't work if we do it like that. So, let me try it only with the +8 and without the -2 and see if that does it. So you go to 197 and you go to 222. So that's just underground compensation alone. Right. And let's see if that does it. And if that doesn't do it, we just go back to this and we call it a day. And by call it a day, I mean finish clocking the other half. That might have done it, actually. The link you sent about St. Agnes? No, I didn't realize you linked something. This is what you're recommending me? Brand? Oh, I haven't had much brandy, actually. I don't know much about brandy. I can see if my dude has it. It's a little on the more expensive side, but you know, it's not something I'd buy every week for that price. It's a good amount. It's a good sized bottle, though. But yeah, the tequila I was talking about. Since we're boozers now, is this stuff. What the fuck is this? Why am I having to input my date of birth? Oh my god. This one. Yeah. That's the one. I can usually get it for like 35 bucks at my grocery store. The Anejo. The oldest one. The most aged one. Yeah, this stuff's so fucking good. Comes in a nice bottle, too. Like, you can repurpose the bottle pretty easily. But yeah, I can see if my dude has that. So old is 80s. You guys think I'm going to type my actual birth date in on stream? I mean, not like I ever type my actual birth date into that kind of shit. I always type something fake. Hey man, you gotta get those kids started early. Can't have them going off to college and drinking fucking Jaeger and Jack Daniels. You gotta culture them early. No, for real, that's something I think that Europeans, like, actually, one of the few things they do right. Is like not having the super fucking ultra strict like drinking ages like we do in the States. Like in the States, it's like verboten for like, you know, anyone under 21 to drink. So it's like, but then like kids get to college, right? And the thing is, you get to college at like, well, like 18, 19. So basically, like for the first 2 years, 2 to 3 years of college, you're not allowed to drink, but then the last 1 to 2 you are. But obviously that doesn't work because, you know, everybody's going to the same college and all going out together, right? So what happens is, like, kids get to college and they just get, like, fucking wasted. It's why there's, like, the whole, like, you know... It's why alcohol is, like, such a big part of the culture in American campuses, because it's, like, you know, you get to 18 and, like, the floodgates sort of... I mean, not sort of open, obviously. Like, you get flooded with, like, Bud Light and Jack Daniels and Jaeger and all this other... fucking garbage that you will never touch again once you're older than 25. But, yeah. I think, actually introducing kids to alcohol in their, like, mid to late teens in a responsible and, you know, slow manner is much healthier than the floodgate system that we have in the U.S., which is just fucked. Yeah, you can get your permit. I forgot. It's been a while. I'm trying to remember. You can get your license at 16. You can get your permit at 15. So yeah, you can drive pretty young. Anejo Patron. I don't think I've ever had Anejo Patron. What's the music on right now? Sorry, it's Something Heavens by Huva Network. HUVA Network. That was the last song. This current next song is by the same band. The teetotaler shit is out of hand. Yeah, it's worst in colleges. It's by far the worst in colleges. Like once you get out of college and like get out into the world and like actual culture and whatnot, it's nowhere near as bad. But yeah, in fucking colleges, it's really bad. Because people go from like having no experience to being surrounded by people that, like with alcohol. They tend to overdo it because they don't know what their limits are. I mean, I definitely went through that myself. Like when I got to college, like my parents were super strict. My parents were like insanely strict when I was younger. Like zero fucking alcohol as long as you're under 21. Like literally zero. You're not allowed to have even a drop kind of thing. So when I got to college, like I fell victim to that shit too. It was like, oh yeah, booze, finally. But after you wind up puking your guts out a few times, you kind of learn self-control. But yeah, it's just a fucked like experience overall, honestly. Yo, Havoc. I remember something we used to drink at the St. Patrick pub when we were young and stupid. It was a glass of whiskey dropped inside a Kilkenny pint. Are you talking about Irish? That sounds like an Irish car bomb, but not quite the same. Like, I don't know if those are, like, outside the U.S., but there's a drink called an Irish car bomb, where you take a shot of Jameson, and you drop it into, It's like a shot of, like, Jameson with Baileys. I'm trying to remember the exact thing. It's a shot of Jameson and Baileys dropped into a pint of Guinness. And then you have to drink the whole thing really fast. Well, not a pint of Guinness. It's usually a smaller thing, but yeah. You have to, like, basically chug it immediately before the cream curdles. That's like a popular drink, college age kind of thing. Something I haven't had since I was in college. And then drinking out in the open thing, yeah. Yeah, there's that too. Mad did that, used to be 18. Yeah, I mean, don't get me started in organizations like that. Like, all these fucking, like, moralist organizations that try to be, like, morality police is just, yeah. Drunk driving is a whole other fucking story in this country. Like, people try to, like, they don't understand the problem. The root cause of drunk driving is not bad individuals that lack judgment and go like, hey, I choose to drive while drunk. The root cause of drunk driving is it's our strict zoning in the stupid country. The insanely strict zoning we have in most areas. Like, and zero public transportation and unwalkable cities. So if you want to go to the bar and get drunk, you can't just walk down to your neighborhood pub because you live in a residential zoned area and there's no fucking bars in the area. You can't take the train or the bus to the pub because, again, there's no good public transportation. Your only fucking choice is to drive. So you either, like, have a designated driver or you wind up driving back, inebriated. Like, the root causes are the zoning and the shitty public transportation. And you're never going to fix drunken driving unless you fix those things. Because you've basically incentivized it. You've created a system that deliberately incentivizes it. You're like, hey, we're going to put the houses over here and then put the bars as far away from the houses as possible. And the only way to get there is by car. And then we're going to fucking yell at people who drive both ways. It's like... This country is so fucking stupid sometimes, man. Well, most of the time. This country is so fucking stupid most of the time. Let's be real. We had big problems arrive with military men dudes getting wasted where they turn 21 to not to behave. Yeah. Yeah, that too. Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing with college, except with guns, right? Essentially what it is, what's going on. No problem, Golem. Get an Uber? Remember, this whole Uber and fucking shit, you know, didn't start until the past couple years. When I was in college, Uber wasn't a thing. It literally didn't exist. And again, like, Ubers are, like, you know, expensive and shit, right? You have to Uber to the bar, then Uber back as well. Most people, like, you know, a lot of people, more than people want to admit, just wind up driving with a couple beers in their system. Bro, you nailed it? Yeah. Thanks. You got another handful of places where you're shooting like people with fake IDs and being a local cop. What? Each area would have a local pub? Yeah. Yeah, as I said, like, the zoning issues are, like, really problematic. It's one of the things that, like, really pisses me off about things in the States. Like, there needs to be more light commercial, like, mixed in with residential areas. Instead, people just want their, like, you know, quiet residential neighborhood with no stores nearby, and it's like, it sucks. I lived in areas where, like, the stores were really close, and I've lived in areas where I had to drive quite a ways to get to the stores. Trust me, life was a lot better when I could just walk to, you know, the store or walk to the bar. There was a period in my life where I lived somewhere where I could just walk to the local bar and it was great. It was fucking great, man. Because I lived on an apartment complex that was like right off a major road. And there was, you know, everything on that road. No, there's apartments. Like, I literally just described one. But there's also lots of, like, super residential areas, you know, suburbs. There's both. But you have to remember, like, most cities in LA are not very walkable. I live in LA right now, which is completely unwalkable. If you don't have a car in the city, you might as well shoot your fucking, you know, shoot yourself in the leg. Yeah, you're really, like, fucked. I think we're good. I think, +8 was good. Yeah, a car in LA is also horrible. Like, traffic here is nightmarish. Should I try clocking the... Should I try clocking the rails? I really don't know if it's worth it. It needs 85 per second. Fuck, where'd it go? This one, right? No, it's this one. Well, almost always active. I'm gonna clock it separately here and let's see. Whoops. Of course. I'm not gonna try very hard. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, then fuck it. Then we just go with this. I'd also move to a different city. Yeah, it's another story. That's a whole nother story. Yeah, I'm trying to clock the rails. Which doesn't look like it's going so well. Yeah. Those aren't picking from an underground. No, those are just direct, yeah. Well, yes, we've had this conversation 3 times. I know it's swinging almost constantly. I was the one who was telling you guys that, like, there's not much point in swinging shit that's almost constant. I just wanted to see if, you know, maybe, just maybe. But no, like, fuck it. Difficult and basically not worth it? Yeah. Alright. I mean, we're obviously not getting the yellow signs today. That'll have to be next week. But at the very least, let's try to get purple, like, completely 100% done within the next half hour. So. Yeah, I know. Okay, so... I didn't clock the module output here. I kind of see... no reason why I can't clock it. Well, let me iterate here. Oh, you already have the read or was already checked. I mean, like, I probably tried to clock it at some point. I don't know. Let's see. Wait, what am I doing? I don't need to set anything here. Just need to read you. And do that. Dude, my clocking IRL is fucked. After last weekend, I was like, I need to fix my sleep cycle, and then I just didn't. And every stream this week, I started at 10 p.m. or later. Like, even today, I woke up earlier. Even last night, I went to bed relatively early. I went to bed at, I think around 8 a.m. or so. After we ended the stream at like 5 something. I went to bed at like 7 or 8 a.m. I can't remember. Maybe a little later. I can't fucking remember. But I woke up at like 5 p.m. and I was like, I'm still really tired. Let me just take a nap. And then I didn't wake up till like 9. I slept for like 14 fucking hours yesterday or something ridiculous. I don't know. It just like catches up with me sometimes. I get like slowly sleep deprived throughout the week, and then like occasionally like a day hits me where I just like sleep the whole fucking day. It's not good, man. It's not good. Yeah, I think this is fine. Yeah, I think that's fine for the output clock. Get some nice radio while working. It's okay. I'll just leave the stream on overnight while I'm sleeping, and it'll just be a radio station. Just gonna leave the stream on 24/7 with music playing. Become the radio DJ I was meant to be. Pretty sure I'd get banned for that, by the way. I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to do that. Category always on? Yeah, but I think there's like a specific clause in the Twitch thing which says you can't like run your stream as a radio station. I think. Here. It shouldn't be hard to find. Found a Reddit thread on the Twitch subreddit. Yeah, are you allowed to stream like a radio station? The music? Yeah, he got hit with a suspension. Yeah, here you go. Can I use, here? Oh, what's going on? Probably linked to a really old one. Yeah, but yeah. The broadcasting of radio sound music listening, yeah. Is only for like approved music labels. Like I have to be here like making other content from it to be allowed. Loopholes and shit. But yeah, I think if I just left my stream on 24/7 with just tunes, I know people would appreciate it. I mean, I'd probably get quite a few people listening to it, honestly. If I just played music and I just put the category to like just chatting or always on or some shit like that, I bet you I'd probably get quite a few people just jamming out. But I'm also pretty sure I'd get suspended by Twitch, so... yeah. Play my old live stream muted with music overlay? This is not the worst idea, just doing rebroadcasts. Because you can do a rebroadcast, can't you? Right? Like a rerun, yeah, that's what it's called. You can run your old VODs as like reruns. And just stream your old VODs. That's allowed. We may have found another loophole. That could actually work, mate. Yeah, I know creators that do that. It's actually kind of fucking annoying. Because every time I see their stream, I'm like, oh, they're on. And then it's like, oh no, it's just a recap of something I've already seen. Handsome boy modeling school? Okay, I'll add it to the list to check out. Okay, so we've clocked all this. This part was, yeah, hard to clock. We clocked some of it, I think. Yeah, the red chips going in are clocked. The steel isn't clocked. Yeah, that's like the only thing worth clocking here. These run at different speeds, so it's really hard to clock all three. We just let that be. Doesn't feel worth it to just clock two of them. Especially because it's like 57 already. We just finished this. Okay, that just leaves the circuits at the top. And the reds here were mostly done already. I had already done... I already clocked the copper wire using lead follower. Using latch lead follower even. And I already clocked the reds using normal lead follower. It only needs 33 GC a second. Yeah, it only needs 33. How do I usually start a new design? I mean, if you watch the YouTube VODs, you can see me design literally everything that you see here. You know? But usually, I'll tell you the thought process. When I started designing this, we start with the end... I usually work backward. Started with the end product first, the purple science. Knew I wanted direct insert from the rails, direct insert from these. You know, so that's how it originated. The original version was actually inverted. It was like this on the outside, with these on the outside and these on the inside. And then we flipped it. So yeah, you work your way backwards from that. With your end block, with your science and the direct inserts. And then you know what needs to be fed from there, so you know you need, so it's something that makes furnaces, something that makes modules, and then something that makes red chips, and then green chips. And then you want the things that have the most inputs to be at the top, right? Like but by having the plastic at the very top, it means the petroleum and the coal just need to be at the front. They don't have to run all the way down. Because chances are you're going to have like iron and copper running almost all the way down regardless, because it's just the nature of them. And in this case, stone unfortunately has to run all the way down, which is what makes purple so awkward. But yeah, this one, it's very much usually working backward. Like kind of figuring out what your end block looks like, and then building from there. It's a good problem-solving technique to keep in mind, not just for Factorio, but for other things in life. If you're ever stuck on something, and you're having trouble building up to it, like invert your thought process. Start at your goal, and work backward. Start at the goal, figure out the step before your goal, then the step before that, until you get to where you are currently. But yeah, it's just a good mental technique for dealing with a lot of things in life, not just Factorio. So you came here for factory design, and you left a better man. The rails are on ratio, or you don't care about oversizing a bit? Oh, things are relatively close to ratio, kinda. I mean, this you can see is 185. These consume 85 each. So these actually aren't far off from ratio. The steel isn't that far off from ratio either, because it's 225 to 92 and 92. The iron rods are a different story entirely. It's 92 and 92, and this makes 1,500 a second. So as you can see, this is like, just barely working at all. It's almost perpetually output full. But, I mean, stuff like this is fine. Like, when you're making these endgame Megabase heavily UPS optimized designs, your number one concern that you should be, the things you should be optimizing around most around are A, having your machines be as fast as possible, and B, having as much direct insert as possible, and kind of like subset of B or an extension of that philosophy. If stuff cannot be direct inserted, move it as few times by inserter as possible. Like if something cannot be direct inserted, it should be moved onto a belt once and then moved into its destination. Avoid multiple movements if you can, which you should be able to almost all the time. No, yeah, like, don't over-worry about ratios. The only ratio we really stress is making sure the belt is saturated. Having, like, the right number of science output machines. But yeah, having these internal shut be ratioed, no, that's completely fucking, don't even worry about that. It's why, like, here, a good example of this manifested. You get something like this, right? Like with this red science, this makes 392 gears. This makes 245 copper plates. These use 10 of each. Like one of these and one of these is enough to feed all of these, right? Like this is what, 12 red science blocks? So it's like just these two would be enough to feed all of this if we were using belts. I don't know if we have a version of that. But yeah, oh yeah, I can show you the Vulcanus one. Yeah, the old Vulcanus one. This was a Vulcanus one, so it's fucking silos at the end. But yeah, you have something like this, right? You might think about doing this initially, where it's like, okay, I've got one machine, and that makes everything we need. But the reason this is bad for UPS is because every copper plate, every iron gear needs to be moved twice by inserters before it gets to its destination. It needs to be moved onto the belt first and then back in. So it's 2 inserter movements for every copper plate. Ignore the fact these are bulk inserters and just pretend they're stacks. Whereas with this, they're only getting moved once. It's made and it goes straight to its destination. The fact we are using more machines pretty much doesn't matter. Because you have to remember, the machines essentially hibernate when they're not working. So the total machine active update, the total machine active time between this and this is identical. Which is counterintuitive as fuck. Because you're like, here you have 7 foundries, here you have 2. But the total time these are active is the same as the total amount of time all of these are active collectively. But but my number of inserter actions per total number of sites made on this is literally half of this. Therefore, it's better. Yeah, it's a bit counterintuitive, but yeah. All right. Anyway, I was looking at doing the green chip insert here. Which means I probably just want to use this retooled for green chips. And what's the limit? 42? So maybe go like 20 to 40. On that. And then as is custom, we use the top left machine for reading. And you're gonna have to go to... Oh shit, I have another green wire on that. We might have to use a red wire here. What's that wire? It's because this won't reach down. Wait, you only go down the right side. I can use the left. I mean, that... For fuck's sake. Can't even reach that. God damn it, man. Even with medium pulse, we run into the wire reach issue. I'd have to connect to that, then back. Let me see if that can reach. Nope. Okay. We have no choice then. We go up and then back down. Hopefully I don't need a green wire on those poles up there, otherwise it's gonna get awkward. You to there. Oh, good. I might just have to run this wire through something else. Or swap colors. Yeah, let's just swap colors actually. Okay, so you short on green now. Whoops. And it requires the same amount of plastic. So I should be able to clock those together, right? Yeah, I should be able to activate those at the same time. So hook that one up too. Wait, hold on. If I'm clocking the plastic, then I don't need to run it through the power pulse. Okay, hold on. Revert one more time. Here, can I just fucking... Like what? It was just the modules that I did up to here? Yeah, just do that and give me this. This is why... Remember when I said when you're doing shit like this? When you make changes that you're not sure about? To keep just making copies over and over? That's why. That's exactly why. It makes it easy to quickly revert what you just did. I should have copied the combinator though before I did that. You are GC, you are GC. Alright. Okay. And we'll put you right here. You can read that. And then if you can reach that, and then that, then that's kind of simpler. Because then I can just go down to that, that. That. Not that. There we go. Okay. And, give me you. Okay. What's going on with you? Why are you like suddenly frozen? We have red chips. Oh. And you always clock from the top to the bottom. Because it's the bottom ones that'll get backed up, right? So you want to activate when the top ones need materials, not when the bottom ones. Another thing to remember. For those of you who want to come suffer clocking like the rest of us. Are the lights for debugging? Oh, these lights? No, these are actually, these are just, you know, those are just for actually lighting things up in the build. Those are so we can see. And don't tell me they have a UPS cost. Do I sometimes think we should have more than 2 color wires? Oh yeah, all the time. All the time. Especially when we got to clocking. Although that's kind of an artifact of clocking, because it's slightly more UPS efficient to have everything have its own wire. Like, I could have one wire running through every inserter in the build, and then all the signals, you know, running through it, and then the inserters only activate when they read their particular signal. But the problem is, like, if a different signal comes down, they have to check it. So it's like having a separate wire for everything is slightly better for UPS, so yeah, that's a big part of it. But it's not just clocking. In the hub area currently on the main game, there's definitely a bit of wish I had more than 2 colors going on, because it's getting pretty messy with all the cross wires. With well, I guess a lot of it is part of a clocking system too, but yeah, it'd be nice if we had like blue and yellow wires as well. But that's like a very complicated thing for them to implement, you know, because they have to like have graphics for it. Like, you know, it's like on power poles, the green wire is always attaching on the left, the red one's on the right. They'd have to add like a second pylon thing down here for another couple colors of wire. You know, combinator has, you know, separate green and red input. Are they adding red and blue to that as well? Like, you know, how would that work, kind of thing? Like, where would the connections be? What part would you be clicking, right? Because right now we click like left and right. Would it be like on the same sides, further down? Like, I don't even know. It's one of those things that'd be really nice in theory, but like, holy fuck, it's a lot of work from a dev perspective. Like, I can see that, so I doubt it would ever happen. But yeah, it'd be really nice if we had a couple more colors. Is there space to put combinators and feed signal directly to the inserters? What do you mean? I'm not sure your question. Is there space to put the combinator and feed signal directly to the inserters? You want to clock everything with one clock system. You don't want to have a separate clock for every building, if that's what you're asking. You want to be reading one machine only, and then using that machine status to clock the rest of them together. As you can see, we're reading a lot from this machine. I mean, we're only reading contents, but you know, we use this machine status to determine whether when to output red circuits, when to input plastic and green chips now, and also, well, the copper wire is actually, yeah, the copper wire. We're also reading the machine. Yeah, we read the machine to determine when the copper wire goes in. Wait, something's weird. Yeah, it's constant on. Hold on. What did I screw up? There we go. See, that looks almost perfect. Because you don't want to see it, like, working and not doing anything. When you see it flashing working, it's doing something, then as soon as it's done, the working goes away. And it goes displayed. There's no, like, waiting for source items message or anything. And as long as I haven't gapped anything, we should be good. I'm gonna reset the system. Let's see. What now? It input the green chips, but not the plastic. How does that happen? No, it's working. What the fuck? Oh, I know why it happened. It's because when the system starts up, the green chips come down before the plastic down, doesn't it? No. Did it? Hold on. What? Yeah, that's why it's happening. When the system starts up, the green chips come down before the plastic does. The green chips come down before the plastic, so it gets the green chips, and then it's like, huh? That's an easy fix. We just read the plastic instead. Yeah, just look at the difference in wake-up calls between the OG over here and then this. The fucking reds are like perfect. Oh my god. Look out how good the red is now. There's literally no wake-up calls that are visible. Like this is, I dare say, this is like pretty much perfectly clocked. Like that's what perfectly clocked looks like. Like no wake-up calls at all. Basically. Only just the very briefest. Oh yeah, yeah. If you lose petroleum and then reconnect it, yeah, you'd have to like go in manually in order to clear it. Solution, don't lose petroleum, you know? Mm. 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 You move anything well? I mean, I could maybe set an emergency condition here. Where if I do, or if GC gets below some, like, very low number. There you go. Like, if GC happens to be extremely low. Something that'll not normally activate, right? Like, now it's not normally activating at all. But yeah, there you go. That's an insulated safety against that kind of condition. So if the GC ever gets below 10, it'll just activate regardless. Okay, we're at the very end of the purple science, the stream, and my sanity. Okay. Is there anything we can do here? I'm not sure these are worth clocking. Those green inserters are fucking... Yeah, we might just be done, actually. The copper wire, there's not a chance in hell I'm clocking that. Yeah, I think we might just be done, actually. I'm not sure how we can clock this very effectively here. You like clocking a double output inserter really doesn't work very well. Like you want to clock it if you want to clock output inserters, it wants to be ideally single output and ideally having a, you know, a belt that's always free to output onto. That you know, we already ran into that issue once today. It took us forever to figure out what was actually causing it. And then Melon figured it out by accident. We all know he's just spitballing. Don't try to deny it. Man puts like 20 different suggestions in chat. 19 of them don't work. The 20th one actually works. He's like, oh yeah, totally figured it out. Wasn't just typing stuff at random. Uh-huh. I see. Through your ruse. But yeah, at least we got it solved, though. Yeah, I think we're good here, honestly. Could I get rid of the... I could get rid of one of those plastic inserters, maybe, couldn't I? Yeah, I mean, these inserters are constantly active. I could probably get rid of a... Just go to 2 plastic inserters, maybe? Maybe? When we put these down over the old purple blades, I'm basically gonna have to like pretty much tear up the entire old ones. There's too many changes to worry about, like things that might conflict or screw things up. Yeah, yellow science. I really want to wrap up the Factorio shit this weekend. I'm kind of worried it might take longer than next weekend. The 10 million scale is going to take time. Because as I said, I have to refactor the entire right side. Like, it's going to be a lot of work. So, like, if clocking yellow winds up taking most of an entire day, then, yeah, I don't know. Even if it's just a copy-paste job, you know, these are really, really big copy-paste jobs that we're talking about here. Yeah, it's fine. These things take, like, no fucking coal. It takes only 100 coal for 700 plastic per minute per second. And we're not even using 480. We're probably only using, like, 400. So, like, half that. We're using, like, 60 coal. Trust me, it's been fine. Yeah, I mean, it looks fine. I think we're good. Holy fuck. We actually clocked something without A-Buck's help. I'm so proud. Super doable. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be tight, but yeah, hopefully we can make it. On 7.2? I don't even think I'm on 7.2. I think I might be on like 7.1 or something. I got off automatic updates after the splitter update, where they added the splitter logic because they broke. Well, they introduced a crash in that update, and I was doing speedrunning at the time. And when you're speedrunning, you have autosaves turned off. So it's like a crash during a speedrun basically means the entire run is toast. So yeah, I got off auto updates a while ago. I only update right now if there's like a feature that I want. I don't think I'm that far behind though. Oh, I'm on 7.5. Oh, they changed this menu. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm on 7.5. There's up to 7.7 right now if you want. Is there benefit of further beaconing? How would I further beacon it? I mean, it's already as fucking beaconed as hard as it can possibly be. Like, what do you mean by further beaconing? Or did you mean up here? No, up here, this is already, pretty much maxed. But yeah, it's probably worth cutting those inserters, because, yeah, those are, like, always active when they're like that. There's a little less of, like, a plastic backup on the belt, but it's still getting enough. At the end of the day, as long as enough purple is coming out, then we're good. And it looks to be, like, the exact same as that, basically. So yeah, we'll drop those inserters, too. The grain, oh, here? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It really doesn't make much of a difference at this point. There's no room on the steel. Well, that steel, yeah, but... think we're good. Yeah, I think I'm happy with it. Well, you have to remember, this belt isn't like 100% backfilled all the time either. Right? Like, it's getting gapped constantly. Also, I think if it stops purple for a little bit, like if it just stops for a little bit and is allowed to back up, then I think it'll stay pretty backed up. Because I think it's kind of like an equilibrium with the amount that it produces and consumes. Or close to it. So I think if I just stop it for a little, which will happen, you know, because not, you know, laser damage doesn't take purple, for example. And then it, whoops. Oh no, I pressed the right button. Then it should stay relatively compressed, I think. Maybe not. I mean, I don't know. My gut instinct tells me that taking these two inserters off the active list is probably worth it compared to this. But yeah, it's really hard to tell which would actually be better. It's something that's goddamn near impossible to test as well. Like, even if I went into a UPS sandbox and did the standard UPS, you know, 100 build UPS test that we usually do, then, like, I think it would be very, very hard to tell. Like, there would be, yeah, probably not much difference. I don't know, that's the kind of question that I think, like, only A-Buck would know, like, off the top of his head. Like, in terms of what's actually better. Whether it's better to have that third inserter and the splitter for, like, a slightly more compressed belt. Or to do it like this. But I know, like, inserter update time is the worst. So my gut instinct tells me to kill the inserter. I'll send a message to A-Buck telling him to check, like, the very last minutes of the stream. And see if he can give me, like, a quick opinion. But yeah. Otherwise, yeah, I think I'm happy with this. I think this is good. I think we have a good purple here. I think we have a good purple. So let's update our clock version now. I am happy with it. This for novice, yeah. Yo's problems with stone on Vulcanus? I would just get used to fluid voiding. I avoided fluid voiding last year for the same reason. I thought it was gonna get removed from the game. It wouldn't even be that hard to remove it. Remove fluid voiding from the game, I mean. Like, just make it so you can't switch recipe if there's nowhere for the fluid to backflow into. Boom, fluid voiding's gone. Wouldn't affect anything else in the game. But yeah, I didn't use it last year in my first Space Age Megabase because I 100% thought it was going to get removed. And I didn't want to design around something that was potentially on the chopping block. But you know, year later, still in the game. So it's clearly not going anywhere, so yeah. We use it now. I don't use any mods, Dead One. Well, I have the clocking sidecar installed right now, but that doesn't count. In my main game is completely modless. Like, this is just a sandbox mod for making... that integrates into this website. Yeah, and that integrates into this. So we can clock things properly. Slash mods. Yeah, I don't think we have any mods here today. Sunday is always an awkward day because it's Sunday night for me, but for Europeans and shit, it's basically Monday. So a lot of people are back at work. A lot of my mods have actual jobs. So yeah. I mean, we really only have 2 active mods right now. Now that I really think about it, there's a few others that pop their heads in, but only 2 heavily active mods. One Foundry, Molten Copper 1. Yeah, hold on. Since we're down here, I can hop back in the main game. Let me save this. So for... I can't even remember. Oh yeah, here you go. Yeah, so this is your basic fluid voiding setup. This is as simple as it gets. Yeah, this was for generating legendary stone. We get legendary calcite from space. We use that to make legendary stone. 1 calcite turns into 15 stone. You generate a bunch of copper as a byproduct. You need to have a pump. That's what prevents backflow. Otherwise, it'll just backflow the fluid back into the pipe. When it switches recipes, the pump prevents backflow. And then this is just a very simple, if the copper is less than 400 in the machine, then output the recipe. Like here, I can... There you go. And you can see how it works. It puts the fluid in as long as it's less than... It keeps the recipe as long as there's less than 400 copper. And then when it breaks 400, it stops the recipe, which deletes the copper, and yeah, over and over and over and over. That's the basic one. There's a more advanced version I can show you as well. But you'll probably never need the more advanced version. I've never actually needed to use it in a run. The whole reason why I had to develop it was because I was trying to do legendary purple science on Vulcanus at one point. And so I had to come up with like a really powerful fluid voiding system. But yeah, there's a more advanced version you can do with a timer, but you'll never actually need it. You know, as I said, I never actually had to deploy it. But if you really want, I can show it to you. If you want a lot of stone for purple science, yeah. Yeah, but like I don't know if I would do purple on Vulcanus, honestly. I think unfortunately purple is probably best on novice. But if you really are insistent on trying it, and then we have to go back to the sandbox. Yeah, I mean that is true, Aggro, that is true. There are ways to manually delete fluids in the game, so yeah. I mean, it would be nice if they just put like, you know, a what's it called? You know, those things at refineries? A burner tower, a stack. What's it called? You know, those things. There's an oil refinery not that far from my fucking house, and I don't know what they're fucking called. Like you know the flare stacks. Flare stack. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. What Aggro said. Yeah, add a flare stack to the game to void liquids. But if you really want like hyper turbo fluid voiding, this is what you do. So here, this you can see this was trying to generate legendary stone for legendary science. So this is actually generating a fully stacked belt of legendary stone. So it's, you know, the most you can really get. So we got 262 stone off here. It requires a ton of lava. You got a double pump. But yeah, for this we use a timer. And then you can ignore that. So basically, it's a 5-tick timer. And for 1 tick out of 5, because you have to remember 0 is also counted. So it's saying 4 actually means a 5-tick timer. So it's a 5-tick timer, and you know it outputs the metallurgic recipe for 1 tick out of every 5. Or sorry, 4 ticks out of every 5. So four ticks of the recipe being there, 1 tick of no recipe. And that results in the hyper flicker that you're seeing here. But like extremely fast deletion. Because this is generating what? 240 stone per second? So slightly less than its maximum. But it's also generating, you know, probably like 4,000 copper per second. And this is voiding all of it. I figured this out by trial and error. Like, I literally figured this out by just playing with the numbers until I found what did the most. You know, I tried longer duration, shorter duration, etc., etc. Because you only need 1 tick with it off to void, so that part was obvious. But yeah, I kept playing with it, and yeah, 5 tick. With 4 ticks on, 1 tick off. Will get you the highest possible voiding speed. Like this. River of Stone. But as I said, you'll never actually need that in a real game. Like, this was back when we were planning on doing, like, quality science. My OG plan on this Megabase was to try to do as many quality sciences as possible on Vulcanus. The logic being that, even though they went through the hub, if we could do it in a UPS efficient way on Vulcanus, the amount of UPS we'd save would compensate for the hub. and the hub stuff wouldn't even be that bad because it would all be like legendary and shit. But yeah, it didn't really wind up panning out. Like, we tried to do it with blue. We ran into the issue that you just can't generate legendary sulfur in high enough quantities by any means in the entire game. And we tried it with, or at least in a UPS efficient manner. And then we tried it with this, and the issue that we ran into was actually down here. Was with the copper voiding. Yeah, this was back when we dropped to blue quality because we realized legendary just wasn't going to work out because you can't generate that much legendary calcite. That's why I kind of like, you know, get on people's backs when they're like, quality ships are so OP kind of thing. Because as soon as you try to actually do anything with that quality, you'll realize exactly how little material they truly generate. Because, yeah, like, you know, going back to the blue science, we tried to generate quality sulfur. The whole idea was, like, we just used the ships to generate quality sulfur. And, like, for blue science, we would realize we would have needed, like, multiple, massive, Prometheum ship-sized, sulfur-only producing quality sulfur ships to make it. It was a ridiculous amount. So that went out the window. And the same thing happened with the purple. It's because their OG thought was that, oh, we get legendary calcite from the quality ships. It just doesn't produce enough. It doesn't produce enough. So not only did we drop down to rare quality calcite, but we realized it's better to make it from the calcite patch itself. It's better. This is actually better than trying to get it from quality ship. Is doing something like this. But yeah, the way this works is like we just void anything that's not blue calcite. We don't try to upcycle anything. It's actually, like, believe it or not, the better way of doing it. Just hard void anything that's not what you want. But what really torpedoed the whole thing was realizing how much fuck, it was the steel, yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was trying to get the quality steel from the LDS. Because, like, again, this comes to, like, as I said, you know, the misconceptions about these methods that people think are so OP. Because, like, as I said, they only work well at, like, small scale when the demand is low, because they don't produce that much stuff. Like, it produces shit fucking loads of copper, but copper is the most useless in the metal in the game by itself. Like, you can't do shit with only copper. Like, all you can do is, like, you know, make copper wire with it and then hang yourself with that copper wire. That's it. So you can't actually do anything. So the idea was to get the steel from, you know, the LDS shuffle. But the problem with that is the LDS shuffle generates, like, 10 times the amount of copper than it generates steel. And you have to get rid of that copper, right, in order for that to work. And that winds up being an extremely high number of inserters. Like, I don't remember the number, but, I mean, you can kind of see it here. I can reactivate this. Why are you inactive right now? What's holding you back? Oh, it, like, plastic jammed or something. Yeah, this thing wasn't perfect. It was just a rough test bed. But yeah, like look at what we're trying to do just to get one saturated belt of rare steel. Look how many copper inserters have to be active. Like, it's a ridiculous number. Like, it's something like 100 constantly active inserters for one belt. For one belt of quality steel. Not even legendary steel, fucking rare quality steel. Because, you know, as I said, the legendary calcite ship didn't work out. But yeah, if you watch my YouTube VODs and check around, I think, day 20 or something, Look at the stream titles. Like I tend to use like fucking random titles sometimes, but there's probably a couple in there where like I was talking about quality, and I think it was like between day 20 and day 30. I can't remember exactly, where we were experimenting heavily with this quality shit, and at the end we realized it just wasn't gonna work out, and it's better just to do the meta stuff, which is all novice sciences and normal quality on novice. Legendary white. And then you can do like, uncommon metallurgic and cryo if you want. I kind of planned on doing it this run, but I never actually wound up setting it up. And now we're, past Prometheum, so it doesn't matter anymore. What am I using rare for? It was to make rare, rare purple quality science on Vulcanus. That was, the original idea. It was supposed to be legendary quality science at first. Realized there was just no way I could get that much calcite. Tried to drop it to rare. Realized that, the steel generation was a nightmare. And this is the same for either rare or legendary, too. But yeah, so it's like if you're going to do something like this, it would have to be legendary. And that just takes you right back to the calcite problem. Where you just can't make enough fucking calcite using any method in the game in a UPS reasonable manner. This is the thing with these quality science methods, if you're going to do uncommon science, like, they have to be overall more UPS efficient than the normal ones, right? Otherwise, you're just better off using normal. Yeah, day 17, yeah. This is probably where it began. It lasted several days, though. But yeah, it shouldn't be too hard to find, I think. I'm pretty sure it was like before day 30. Just go find the stream when I'm in the sandbox half the time, looking at this shit. Because I have to give the explanations, multiple times. I remember that. Because we were hyping up quality science for a while. And then when it didn't pan out, like, we had everybody, like, coming in one by one, going, like, what happened to quality science? And I had to re-explain it, like, 50 times. Yeah, exactly what Melon said, yeah. It's like... I mean, the thing is, like, I don't even consider it to be that OP, because as I said, methods like this, like, produce a fair amount of quality material relatively easily. Like, just using quality in your miners, and then going to upcycle banks, that works. It works. It works fairly well. Like, here, let me shut off the active state shit. Or, not that. That one. Like, here, like, we just have quality in our big miners. We come out with a mixed quality belt, legendary immediately filtered out. And then we just, straight upcycle it. Again, filter out the legendary. And the rest goes back. And, you get quite a bit. Like, that's how I get my legendary tungsten. Like, we're just going to do that. If they just remove quality ships, we're just going to wind up doing that on novice for everything. You'll just have an iron patch putting out quality iron, copper putting out quality copper, coal, stone, etc. It'll just be the same fucking solution on every patch, and it'll all have to be on novice. Which is why I defend quality ships right now. Because I consider, like, having to actually design and think about a quality ship to be more one of the, interesting problems to do in the game. It was a fun ship to design. It came out very nicely. Very efficient here. Almost no wasted space. I was very happy with this. And the advantage of this is, since your quality is in orbit, you can drop it down on whatever planet you want. You can make Novice your quality planet, you can make Vulcanus, you can make Fulgora. Hell, you can do it on Gleba if you really wanted to. If we're all stuck doing quality on Novice, First of all, it's going to be the same method for literally every resource, and it's going to get locked to novice. In the current state, you have a different method for different resources, and it's any planet you want, with the exception that some things are on Vulcanus. Because, you know, you need lava for the LDS shuffle shit. And for the stone. So, yeah. That's basically my stance on things. I would rather the game stayed interesting. Hey, Mouse. For quality science, there's always going to be a trade-off between UPS and pack produced. And it was all dependent on, yeah, exactly. Like, uncommon science is twice as strong as normal science. So in order for it to be efficient, it needs to cost less than twice as much UPS. Otherwise, it's just not worth. But ABUG did extensive quality testing for red, green, and blue, and determined that there's basically no difference for doing them on novice, you know, common versus uncommon. He released a video on purple like a couple days ago, but I haven't seen it. Well, I mean, I've seen that. Haven't watched it yet. Is what I mean. The reprocessing a different issue. Well, here's the thing with the reprocessing that everybody who's like, oh, it's better because you get it like, you know, back 60% of the time, you know, or 80% of the time or whatever, instead of like 25% of the time. Yes, but you can only put 2 quality modules also. Like, you have to keep that in mind. Yes, it is less lossy than recyclers, but like every time I see people talk about the 80% return versus, you know, the 25 return on recyclers, they always forget to factor in that you can only put 2 quality modules. So you have to run it through twice. So, you know, it's really more like 0.8 squared, right? Which is 0.64. I don't know why I pulled out the calculator for that. I could have done that in my head. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what Woob's internal thinking is on this, and at the end of the day, it's their opinion that matters. But as I've said, my bias is towards having more interesting problems to solve. And I also think the way the quality works right now has a nice kind of progression. Whereas it's like, you know, something like copper is easy to get. You know, something like, you know, iron and carbon are a bit harder to get. Something like calcite and sulfur are even harder. And then you still have to, you know, the hardest stuff to get in quality is stuff that, you know, you can't use any of those methods anyway. The stuff that's actually difficult to get in quality, like tungsten, like all the unique planet resources, like tungsten. Oh, this actually ran out. I need to move those. I don't have any mods installed right now, right? Yeah. Yeah, I unchecked it, right? Yeah, we can move it here. I don't think that's, like, actually really being used for anything anymore, but whatever. Like, it was being used to make tungsten bars. Oh, I guess I technically need those for belt, don't I? Yeah. But yeah, this was like the super early game tungsten patch. We got better ones, you know, up here and whatnot. But I guess in theory I would have run out of tungsten bars for belts. That must have happened relatively recently. Because otherwise, you know, it would have hit us while we were pushing for 7.5. Right? Because I had to lay down a lot of belt for that. So yeah, that must have happened pretty recently that finally ran out. Turn point 4.2, point in a point 3.3. I mean, yeah, we'll see what they wind up doing. It would be nice if recycling an asteroid always changed its type. I think that would help for the, the intended use of that recipe, which is to swap it into something different. So yeah, like I could get behind that change. Nerfing it slightly for quality ships, but buffing it slightly for actually changing it. Yeah, I could get behind that. If they did that, I would be okay with that. But yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Like, even if they nerf the quality ship recipe significantly, I would just build more quality ships. I built 3 this game when I was originally, scaling up quality. I eventually cut it back down to 1. But, yeah, I originally had 3. So I would just do 5 next time or something. What science am I using now? Uncommon? No, everything's normal except for space. Everything's normal except for space, which is legendary. That's why we have these giant rivers. Better by too much? Yeah, see, that's the thing. I disagree with the by too much assessment. I think people, like, just haven't really played with the other quality methods, because, the quality ships give you, like, 6 ingredients for just doing 1 design. But the thing is, as I said, it's just one fucking answer for if it gets nerfed. Because if it gets nerfed, then the recycler is the only way to get quality items. So you have to, it just becomes patch-based, as I said. But I think I've explained that clearly enough. I'm not going to repeat myself. If you didn't understand what I said, fucking rewind the VOD. But yeah. All legendary? No, I mean, it's not how it works, Jim. You have to go with what's most UPS efficient. Someone tried to do an all legendary or all quality science base. It didn't work out that great. Go look up Yu on YouTube, YUU. He's the one person who went super hardcore into quality and committed into it. He wound up basically having the same SPM as I did at 2.5 million with Prometheum. And I think he had a better PC too. Thank you, Matthew. Patch-based would feel less shit. I think patch-based feels way more shit. I like the idea of having my quality planet separate from novice. I think the game is too fucking novice-centric to begin with. I think there should be more incentive to do things on other planets. Right now, the way the game is designed, there's massive incentive to do as much as novice as possible. And have the other planets only doing stuff that's specific to their resources. Specific to their special stuff. Carbon fiber, bioflux, ag science here, that kind of thing. I like doing things not on novice. It's more interesting to me to be building more up from a different base. So yeah, any change that would prevent me from using Vulcanus as my quality planet, I really do not fucking like the idea of at all, honestly. UPS is always king. If you're mega basing, UPS is always king. There's no avoiding that ever. UPS is all that matters. And you have to optimize around it the best you can. UPS is what ultimately determines your SPM at the end of the day. Spaceship, yeah. Yeah, you'd have multiple ships with biolabs on them, running around picking up science from different planets, most likely. Because that way you avoid the hub bottleneck entirely. I mean, it was the original idea that like some people had when Space Age first came out. I remember first week of Space Age, there was some like tiny like fucking like 20, 30 viewer streamer who was you know, playing around with putting labs on a ship, regular labs, not biolabs, because you know you can't put biolabs. And I remember seeing their stream and going like, you know, this is brilliant. Like I even told them, I'm like, this is brilliant. I didn't even think of this. You know, this is a great idea. Why don't we just put labs on the fucking platform and have the science fly around all the worlds and pick up all the science as needed? Seems like a great idea. But, you know, again, this was week 1 of Space Age where nobody knew shit. And then, you know, we played the game some more, got to Gleba, got biolabs, and realized biolabs can't go on fucking ships, and that idea died right then and there. You can research in space, just not with biolabs. You need to build it off the hub? Yeah, but you can do multiple ships, though. You can, like, yes, the hub has a limited surface area, but you can have multiple science ships. Have like a dozen of them flying around. But yeah, it would almost definitely be on space. Especially because that would mean not having to deal with the pollution as well, right? Like, biolabs are enormous fucking pollution generators. You know, this generates probably 60% of the total pollution. Yeah, you can see this was back when we were at 5 million. This is now at 7 million. I mean, I talked about that a good bit yesterday, but yeah, I would be a big fan of like multiple late game techs from like Promethean research. Like we were talking about larger pipes, having like a 2-width pipe, a 2x2 pipe segment, like tungsten pipes that have no extent limit. And I was actually saying like one of the interesting ideas to do with that would be is if you made it so you couldn't connect them to regular pipes. So you had to redesign all your blades around these really fat pipes. I don't know how that would work, though, with like the way things work, though. Because if it's a 2x2 pipe, then how does that, you know, hook up to a building? They'd have to add like a third output in the middle for a larger pipe or something. But yeah, from what I understand, the output limit, the input-output limit on the buildings is actually determined by the pipe capacity or something. Like, it's a limit of, like, the pipe segment being 100 each or something. Combined with the update rate. I can't remember the exact details. Red inserters will never be relevant super late game. Their stack size cap's too low. And they swing too slowly. That cap's at 4. If there was like late game research to bring that up to 16, or at least 12, and increase the rotation speed, then it'd be better. But yeah, the problem with the Reds is that it takes 4 times the swings and twice the time of a stack. So it effectively requires 8 times the UPS to move the same amount of material. And as, you know, you probably already know, inserters are like the worst thing when it comes to entity updates. Yeah, you can see we're at like 3.0. Nearly 10,000 active inserters. Yeah, the part that sucks the most, honestly, I really fucking hate the fact we're on default settings. It's these things that are so horrible. Like, so many inserters just permanently active. And we have like 8 of these. Like, each of these is like 100 inserters. Yeah, it's like 108. And we have like one, well, that's half. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and a half, yeah. So I have like literally 100 inserters that are just permanently active. Sorry, nearly 800 inserters that are like permanently active, just adding to that update time. And if we had played on not default settings and I'd played on juice settings, we could have just used mining drills. Now, mining drills also, have an active time, right? They still count as entities, but it's less entities, right? Like, you're replacing one drill, 3 inserters with one drill. So, yeah. What is my drill update time, actually? That kind of got me thinking. .2. 400, yeah. Yeah, that number would go up significantly, obviously, if I wasn't using silo mining. But that would go up by a lot less than this would drop. Because that would drop by like 10% or so. How's the 900k patch going? Not good. Not good. I mean, it's like, it's so much more melon. Like you're talking like literally hundreds of belts going way out. Like, the size of the stone patches on default. Stone is small. Stone spawns much smaller usually than the other patches do. Like, even if we're way out here, you can see it's significantly smaller. Like, it's like, I don't think you genuinely understand exactly how fucking far we'd have to go to get rid of all that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe if we're like really desperate, we can try forking the save and trying it. But I'd have to be pretty desperate. It would increase the file size a good bit, and I think that does help a little. But I don't know by how much. Only have 2 more days? No. There's no hard deadline here. There's no absolute deadline. We'll take this until we're like properly done. But yeah, given that, I mean, I thought we would have everything set up and clocked by the end of this weekend, and we kind of almost got there. We need to clock yellow and maybe make some small improvements to gray. The other 3 are fine. But, yeah. Like, we're probably spending all of next weekend on Factorio. But yeah, we'll jump to DSP when we're good and proper done. I'm not going to cut things short on the Megabase. Cutting things short on the hamster was a different story. I had been on it for 7 months, and, with the nature of it, there's always, like, infinite improvements to make. But here, like, the amount of improvements we can make are much more finite. So, no, we'll play until we're good and proper done. So yeah, probably all of next week we'll be spending on Factorio as well. Hopefully the weekend after that we'll be on DSP. But yeah, if I haven't even started doing 10 million, and today is Sunday, and we still have to do a clocking on yellow. And as I said, like when we go to 10 million, I need to redo this entire right side, like pretty much at least this part. Maybe this can stay, and maybe that can stay. But like this entire part needs to be completely redone and potentially relocated as well, because I'm also gonna need space to rent out fucking belts. So yeah, no, we'll go until it's proper done. We're not cutting it short. So hopefully we'll finish it next weekend, and I think there's a good chance we probably will, unless something goes really wrong, then we probably will. But yeah. Legendary speeds and prods? Yeah, I can do that. 'Nice, probably easier to search for legendary, isn't it? And 112k speed threes. Here, let me just search each one specifically. Speed module. Yeah. So there you go. 112k legendary speed threes. 3 times that, almost 2.5 times, I guess, in twos, and like triple that in ones. So yeah, about 100,000 speed threes, and that'll be much higher than the mods or the prods, which are only 52k, which is actually higher than I thought it would be. But yeah, you need like lots of beacons, and every beacon takes 2, so like if you're just looking at something like this is effectively like fucking, well, I mean there's overlap, but you know what I mean. It's like each segment's taking like triple the amount of speed versus prod. Next weekend definitely not going to be done. I mean, we'll see. I got to clock yellow. I just got to clock yellow, and then after that it's figuring out, scaling for 10 million. Well, I mean, by figuring out scaling, I mean just figuring out where everything's gonna fucking go. That's all. Did I lean back? Quieter than usual? Yeah, I took off my headset and I was leaning back for like the last 10 minutes or so. You're gonna enjoy the lab lights while I find someone to raid here. Who's playing Factorio right now? FaZe is on. We haven't raided him in a while. Yeah, we haven't raided FaZe in a while. Let's hit him up. No. Yeah, it's not including Prometheum. I was at 2.5 million on Prometheum. With 6 ships running. Yeah, we were at basically 2.5. Technically slightly under that, because I kept switching back and forth. It was really more like 2.3 or something. It was like very, very slightly under. But yeah, I would switch off from Prometheum to like bot speed, and then let the buffer fill up, and then when the buffer was full, it would let it, I would switch back. But when I switched back, it would be able to run for like 15 hours straight before it started to dip. So it was like very, very slightly under at 60 UPS. But yeah, right now we got the research to we got the Prometheum research to 90, which I thought was a good stopping point, and I still think it's a good stopping point. And then after that, we're just trying to scale up the things that actually matter at this point, which is honestly really just like robo speed and laser damage. So it's really mainly kind of robo speed we're pushing at this point. Because there's no, at this point, there's no infinite research that actually does anything for the others, right? Like, I could set up scaling for this level for metallurgic, but none of these do anything. I could set it up for ag, but nothing does anything anymore. So, like, you know, bot speed is like the one research that always does something with every additional level, and then laser is also nice. So, yeah, we're really just pushing, like, Novice Sciences, plus Space Science, plus Fulgora at this point. I actually put Gleba into deep hibernation earlier. Like, we set up circuits to shut down all these trees. These are all, like, in deep sleep now. And are no longer functioning. That's really good. Thanks, man. I appreciate it, especially coming from you. I'd take 100. It's a nice round number. Yeah, the problem is that, like, it took me a month of running the game at, like, you know, 2 point some million Prometheum SPM just to get from 80 to 90. Like, I have what? I have like 1,000 hours in this. We were effectively done with most of the base building by about 300 hours in. Like, we were essentially good. Like, you can see if I scroll down to, like, pre-offline, yeah, 316 hours. This is the point at which I started running the game offline a lot. And so, yeah, it was like 600 plus hours of running it just to get from 80 to 90. To go from 90 to 100 is easily going to be, like, triple that, right? Like, we're talking, like, running the game offline for, like, 2-3 months. Probably 3 months, like, straight, nonstop, like, never turning off your PC. Because, like, I pretty much didn't shut off Factorio for the entire month. Like, the entire, you know, the couple weeks I took off and whatnot, I was running Factorio the entire time. Like, I was playing other games and Factorio was running at 60 FPS in the background. 60 UPS. It's just running constantly. It's, yeah. I mean, you can go for 100 if you want, but just be prepared for, like, the insane amount of time you're going to have to run it, you know, off stream. It's a really, really long amount of AFK time because of the exponential growth. It's a month of your life, not mine. Oh, so you're telling me to go for 100 and not going for it yourself. I see. But yeah, it would be nice if we get the nice round 100 number. But here's the thing. You get 100 prod from the modules, right? Like, if you look on the right side, you see where the productivity is? Like, right here? Like, it's at 1,000%. At level 90, you actually get that nice round 1,000% over here. So that's also kind of nice. Like, 100 research level would actually be 1,100. So yeah, the nice plus 1,000 productivity. You know. It's another nice round number, just a different one. The coal patch? What coal patch? It's gone. Oh, I missed some. Yeah. Oh, it's not placing the miners because, yeah, there's nothing there. Yeah. There you go. Oh, there's a tiny little bit there, too. There. It's being annihilated. I hope you're happy. The 100, you would take the prods out and put speeds in? Maybe. Maybe. So the thing with that is it would affect the clocking system. I don't think it would be that hard to change. But yeah, the clocking system is very tightly set to this, you know, level of speed. The 16 beacons and all that. So yeah. I don't even know if you'd get that much more speed, would you? From speeds in there with the prods? Like, how much would the boost even be? Because there's already so much speed on it, right? Like if we take you, you're at what? 444.5? It's actually a pretty decent jump. No, you know, it actually is a pretty decent jump. Yeah, it might actually be worth it, honestly. If you were to get that high. Yeah, it's because they slow it down. Yeah, that's the part I'm not thinking about. I forgot about the part that the prod modules actually slow things down. I always forget about that because you're always hitting it with so much speed. It's easy to forget. But yeah, you're right. That's actually a pretty decent jump. It's about 20% faster. But the thing is, like, but yeah, I mean, yeah, that would let you shrink the lab rows. Your lab rows wouldn't be as long. Like these are rows of 32 labs. So they. Oh, I keep forgetting. I forgot to do the lights on the bottom. We did the fucking ripple on the right side, and it's on the left side on all four. But I forgot to set up the ripple on the bottom. Yeah, we got to do that. I keep forgetting. I don't look at the right side very often. But yeah, I mean the full 32 lab row consumes almost an entire belt. So yeah, if you did that, you could probably drop like four to six labs or so off the end. So it would be less total lab entities, less total inserters. The clocking speed would change though. Yeah, I mean it would be a fucking pain in the ass to adjust this, because the clocking speed's gonna change because your labs are working faster. How many less labs would it be? I mean, we can do the math. We can do the math, right? It's 542 over 444.5. So it's 22% faster. So we divide 32 by 1.22. Yeah, about 6 less labs. About 5 to 6. And that would save you time. That would save you time here, because yeah, the lab time is also pretty significant. It's not as bad as the inserter time, obviously, but yeah. Your inserter time would be the same. Your inserter time would be the same, though, because you're still swinging the same number of total times. You're just swinging a smaller number of inserters faster, rather than a larger number of inserters slightly slower, but the total swings per SPM is going to be constant. That part doesn't change. But yeah, it would cut lab time for sure. Cut that by about 20%. Mostly removing the prod slowdown, yeah. Can your computer handle playing DSP and Factorio and offline research? I have no idea. I only really tried it with like WoW, and that's not a very CPU intensive game. Like DSP is a relatively CPU intensive game, I believe. It's same as Factorio. So yeah, I have no fucking idea. Alright, anyway, it's 6:14 in the morning. This is as late as we usually go. Let me raid FaZe over here. And I will see you guys later this week. Have a good night or a good morning, yep. Whichever it is for you. And I will see you, on Wednesday or Thursday as usual. I might try to stream Wednesday this week. I don't know. I really want to make some YouTube content this week, so it might be Thursday again. But, like, given that I really do want to wrap this base up this weekend, I might try to do Wednesday. So, yeah, I don't know. It's the usual, Thursday for sure, Wednesday a question mark. But, yeah, I'm definitely going to try to get some YouTube shit done this week. It's been way too long. I'm like the worst YouTuber ever, man.
I really am. All right, have a good night. Enjoy the last song. Adios.